Oh, never mind. Test one, test two.
You going?
All right.
Oops.
Yep. All right, KCRT, if we can get started. All right. We're waiting for the mayor, but we'll go ahead and get started so we can begin the closed session. Madam Clerk, if you can take roll.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez is absent.
He is
for
en
roll
route.
call. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Winehaven Legacy LLC versus City of Richmond. Item C3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and initiation of litigation. There's one case. And we have one speaker, Cordell Hindler, to address the council. You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Please begin.
So good afternoon, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. My name is Cordell Henlon, and I have a couple of comments related to the closed session. So as far as the employee organizations, they have done a great job for our city. So when you go back there, think about the hard work they have contributed to Richmond. That's one. And then number two is Winehaven. I keep hearing, every time I hear the name Winehaven, it keeps coming up about what have they done, So I don't know, but it's like, but they are a good business for Richmond. And so I'm asking, when y'all go back in there, think about all the hard work they have done to make Richmond a good place to do their business. So I'll just leave it at that.
And there are no other speakers. And for the record, Mayor Martinez arrived at 3:37.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, if that's all of the comments, public comment is closed, and we will now retire to closed session. All right. We are ready to start the Richmond City Council meeting. So we will start the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none, our next item is agenda review. I do not have any announcements. Good,
Okay.
okay. Our next
great.
item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, thank you. The items on the closed session agenda included employee negotiations with the bargaining units. That item actually was not discussed. The second item involved litigation involving Winehaven Legacy versus City of Richmond. The city has been, had a big success in that with the Winehaven complaint being dismissed. So we had to talk about various aspects concerning that item. Item C3 is anticipated litigation in one case. With regards to that case, we gave a report on the potential of that item, and there was no report of action taken. That concludes the report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Shasta Curl, City Manager. As a reminder to all of you, these items can be found in the weekly report or by calling the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512. KCRT, please put up the PowerPoint. Next slide. Next slide. Residents from the Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, and Coronado neighborhoods were invited to Unity Park to pick up fruit trees and planting at their residence. This community-driven effort was funded by the $35 million grant from the California Strategic Growth Council's Transformative Climate Communities Program. Next slide. With the support of from the Richmond Police Department and Richmond Fire Department, the celebration featured ceremonial pitches thrown by Councilperson Jimenez, Chief Bisa French, and Larry Lewis, our PAL Executive Director, before players, parents, coaches, and supporters marched from Richmond Civic Center to Nickel Park to officially start the season. It was a wonderful event enjoyed by all. For people who are interested in participating, you can sign up online or in person at RPAL, which is at 2200 McDonald Avenue. Next slide. Sisters in Solidarity also took place on Saturday, March 8th. This is the 18th annual celebration brought forward at the Richmond Memorial Auditorium to celebrate International Women's Day. The theme this year was Accelerate Action, #Women Have Power. The event highlighted ongoing efforts to uplift, empower, and advocate for women's rights and social progress. Next slide. If you have a small business in Richmond or know a small business owner and they are interested in hosting a YouthWorks intern, please apply. If you have any questions, you can call the city at 510-412-2044. This is an opportunity for businesses in our community to host summer training and provide support to students in our community. Next slide. The annual Holiday celebration is coming up, and it will feature Zumba with Oscar For those of you who are not aware, if you have never done Zumba with Oscar, you're definitely missing out. It's lots of fun. You can come out to the Richmond Community Services Building on March 15th from 10 a.m. to 11:30. Next slide. AC Transit is seeking input on proposed improvements on McDonald Avenue and Cutting Boulevard. If you have suggestions and would like to offer your input, please email planning@actransit.org or call 510-350-0051. Again, 510-350-0051. Thank you.
Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity to provide public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. We'll start with the 5 in-person speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. The 5 speakers: Cordell Hendler, Sohila Bana, Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, and Elsa Stevens. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. My name is Cordell Henlon. I have 2 comments to bring forward. So what I just passed around is I just took a snippet article of the Richmond Times regarding the port, because as someone who lives near the site, I feel that it's a wonderful opportunity, to bring in some revenue. So I'm thinking it's like we need a strategic plan, because it will bring a whole lot of money to Richmond. That's just my thinking. And then the second is I do want to thank council members Brown, Bana, and Vice Mayor Cepeda for attending the International Women's Day celebration this past Saturday. It was wonderful. It was just it was so great for the community and for everyone to come to this event. I felt very empowered too. So I am going to make sure that we all stand up for women's rights. I'll make sure of that. And then the other thing that I brought forward was that at the last meeting, I felt very appalled that that there was a lot of slurs that I just occurred, because I looked at other cities around us and they don't tolerate this kind of behavior. And I'm like, I love to be a Richmond resident, but we have to make sure we have to teach people how to we have to respect everyone. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, brown, whatever. We are people too. And so finally, a future agenda request has been coming to mind. So for next month's agenda is to have somebody to come from John Muir to present to us about mental health, because I'm sensing some anger, not only in people, but we have I'll just leave it at that. Just invite the John Muir representative to come for a future meeting to tell us more about mental health, and I'll just leave it at that.
Sohila Bana.
Thank you. My name is Sohaila Bana. I'm the first Iranian-American council member in Richmond and perhaps in the East Bay and maybe the Bay Area. So I would like to invite you to the first Nowruz celebration sponsored by the proud city of Richmond on Saturday, March 22nd from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. No means new and Ruz means day, so it's a new day. It's starting at the new year is starting at the spring equinox. That's the precise moment when the sun crosses the equator, and it actually happens on Thursday, March 20th at 2:01 p.m. and it's celebrated at the exact moment all over the globe. In the city of Richmond, we publicly celebrated on Saturday, March 22nd, with the traditional instruments that have been used for thousands of years to announce the new year before the start of media and radio and everything. So right before the new year, there's a fire festival that's jumping over the bonfire. Chashanbe Suri is happening in Berkeley this year in front of Pershing Center next Tuesday, March 18th. For the new year, families sit around half-scene table, seep, seer, sirke, other items. It will be at the Nowruz on March 22nd. In Iran, schools are closed for 2 weeks. We start visiting elderly and then other friends, and then they visit us back, Did o Bazdid. So it's a time for renewing relationships as well. And on the 13th day, everybody leaves town, go out picnicking, celebrating the nature, avoiding the bad luck and bad spirits that come to town on the 13th. So Nowruz Mubarak, and see you on March 22nd.
Don Gosney.
You know, forget about the Chevron money. Forget about grants. Forget about car washes and bake sales. Let's talk real money here that can solve all of our financial woes. For the life of me, I could never understand the fascination that the American people have with the phony baloney reality TV shows. They're so outrageously unbelievable, but the American people can eat them up and ask for more. What I'm suggesting is a real-life, honest-to-goodness reality show about how dysfunctionally embarrassing an elected body can be. For instance, this show could showcase how one city councilman can angrily shout at their constituents, not once, but at least twice so far, knowing that she can do whatever she wants, all the while the people she is calling out by name are powerless to respond. Then you can have another council member that frequently forgets that she has a microphone in front of her and either refuses or fails to speak into the microphone so she can be recorded and so that the public she swore to represent can hear what she's saying. As for the public, since they can't hear what's being said, they tend to think that this is yet another secret meeting between elected officials. Then we have council members that will gang up on one of their own. They bamboozle one of their colleagues to get her to believe that they're pals, but then they gang up on her to stab her, not in the back, but to stab her in the front so they can look them in their eyes so she knows exactly who's doing this to them. The only thing missing is the outcast from council member whispering, "Et tu, Brutus?" For comic relief, we can have the head council member try to tell the outcast that this isn't personal, when the whole world can see exactly how personal it really is. And he can add to his business card that if we pay him more money, he'll do his job. Then you can have council members talking over each other as if anyone can understand what they're babbling about. And how about the council member that has trouble understanding what the Corky rule is all about and routinely exceeds the time limit, even when advised that they need to wrap up? And for added excitement, we can showcase the huge examples of Brown Act violations, like the secret vote to shut out the public from the meetings when their vote was held in secret via email. I'm telling you that Hollywood and the American public will eat this up and pay a fortune just for the idea. There may even be starring roles for a few of you.
Mark Wasberg.
Years ago, there was a commercial on TV. All these women says, "That's sexual harassment. We can't take that anymore." Then they had a song, "I am women, hear me now." Yeah, we hear you. Women do not belong being a police officer or a firefighter or in combat because they're too weak. The fire department had to drop their PT test almost 75% so the women had to so they could pass the physical test, and they still couldn't do it. This one police officer, this female cop, got hit in the face in New York City. The guy knocked her on her ass. She had blood coming out of her mouth and nose, and she was crying, "Help me, help me." So the guy had to pick her up. They took a picture and went viral. I mean, you women ain't proving nothing by doing man's job. This is so stupid. Of course, we have to have women because man needs a companion, right? We all know what a woman is, but all this woke stuff don't even know what it is. Women has power. They have a lot of power between their legs that called a vagina.
Our last in-person speaker is Elsa Stevens.
Breathe. I'm speaking on N1, right? This is the time to speak on N1? Okay. I'm just asking that you amend it so that you do not include the words option to, okay, the phrase which eliminates the option to extend the meeting. Tonight of all nights, Q1 is going to have a lot of speakers, and I would hate to see that put off for another meeting because we had too many speakers. Now, my first city council meeting was held in the auditorium, and I showed up in my scrubs from work. I hadn't had dinner. I waited till past midnight to speak, to support Gail's efforts to help homeowners during the housing crisis. Tonight, please, please allow the people to speak about on Q1. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker, and I do not see any hands for online speakers.
Okay.
Okay,
Public-
so our next item is the approval of the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve, but I want to see if the city attorney might be able to just give us a quick update on N1A without pulling it.
What sort of update?
Just to reading out, because there was emails that people were asking that whether this meeting was legal or not, since we had not adopted technically to start later or earlier. So that way he can just read in why this meeting was okay to have the way we had it.
Do you want me to make that comment?
Yeah.
Well, that particular item is on the consent calendar. It deals with the council's change in time of meeting. The purpose of the council in making the change is that a huge number of meetings have been going till midnight. At that point in time, there's nobody left in the audience to hear the city's business. The council decided it wanted to make the meeting earlier so that by meeting at 5 o'clock, more people would be able to be here earlier in the evening. We've gotten comments concerning the Brown Act, and so with regards to that item, I just wanted to clarify that the initial item, the initial time when the city met at that earlier time, there was actually a provision in the city's procedures which provided that the meeting time would be at the 6 o'clock time or as otherwise provided. So the city clerk took advantage of that clause to move the meeting date in accordance with the discussion of the council. We had 2 agenda items. The first agenda item provided the opportunity for discussing the meeting change. It was on the agenda, it was noticed, the council had a full discussion of it, and at the end of that adopted a motion to make the changes. This item here tonight actually modifies the city's procedures in accordance with what the council wish was. So this is the second time it's been on the agenda, and the change, which is here on this agenda item, by resolution actually changes the council procedures and meeting times in accordance with the direction we got at the last council meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that the Brown Act does not refer to scheduling meetings. If we have special meetings, we need to know whether or not the council members are available. And so we do send out emails to find out availability of council members so that we can decide whether or not a meeting is possible. That also extends to moving council meetings up or down in terms of time to see whether or not council members are available. So this is using emails or telephone calls to find availability of council members is not a Brown Act violation.
Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
I'm so sorry, but I'm distracted and confused. What is it about?
This is approval of the consent calendar.
Yes, sorry.
Items are
I thought we
remained
were-
on the
okay.
consent calendar.
Got it. Thank you, yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Next item.
Okay. Our next item is budget, under budget. And it's to discuss and adopt resolutions to appropriate fiscal year 2023-24 audited unspent funds in the amount of $5,571,504 and committing an additional $1,400,000 to the Home Key Project loan for total unspent funds of $6,971,504. There's
Good
anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Richmond City Council and Richmond community members. Our primary goal this evening, in addition to asking the city to consider appropriating unspent funds from fiscal year 23-24, is to continue to present sound financial recommendations to the City Council to enable the City of Richmond to be removed from the state audit. I want to remind our council that our next state audit report is due in May, and that all of our recommendations this evening are presented with the goal of us being removed from that state audit process. And with that, I'll hand it off to Andrea Miller. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the council. I'm Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. With me this evening is Joseph Muniz, Deputy Director of Public Works, and Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. We'll be presenting the...
I'm sorry, can you speak louder?
Sure. Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. With me this evening is Joseph Muniz, Deputy Director of Public Works, and Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. This evening, we're presenting the fiscal year 2023-24 audited unspent funds. KCRT, can you bring the slide up, please? And next slide, please. This evening, we'll present the recommended action, the fiscal year 2023-24 audited unspent funds. We'll review the Home Key Project additional funding requests, capital improvement project current funding shortfall requests, and next steps and questions. Next slide, please. The recommended action is to discuss and adopt the resolutions to appropriate fiscal year 2023-24 audited unspent funds in the amount of $5,571,504 and to commit an additional $1.4 million to the Home Key Project loan for a total unspent funds of $6,971,504. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the fiscal year 2023-24 audited unspent funds. At the top of the slide, we provide previous council actions from November 19th, where there were $334,464 of operating costs appropriated in Q1, first quarter. On November 19th, there was $4.1 million appropriated for the library renovation project, and there were additional legal costs for a total amount of $554,626 for a total previous unspent funds allocation of $4,989,091. The audited unspent funds balance was reserved with $65,262,325. The City Council's policy target of our fund balance reserve is 21% of our next year's budget, which brings us to $52,276,428 for a balance remaining of $12,985,897. That was the reserve amount above the policy target. So the lower half of this slide shows that there was, with the unspent funds remaining of $12.9 million, we're requesting per the council's policy for the OPEB additional 10% of unspent funds of $512,651, and the additional contribution to the pension trust of 10% for another $512,651. That coupled with the previous council actions of $4.9 million brings us to a total available unspent funds of $6,971,504. Next slide, please. This slide provides the recommended actions for unspent funds. Again, as I mentioned, there is a home key project of $1.4 million additional loan, which Lena Velasco will go over in her portion. And then there's additional funding for these current CIP project shortfalls for Borman Park site remediation of $250,000, Borman Park revitalization of $400,000, the Booker T. Anderson Community Center Phase 3, $2.7 million, and Carlson Crosstown Connect Phase 2, an additional $1,221,504. And then the immigration services of $1 million, which the council approved at the March 4th meeting. And with that, I will turn it over to Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development, to discuss the home key.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Just as a friend, next slide, please. As a friendly reminder, the city's home key project is the city will acquire a 50-room hotel and convert it into a 48-unit permanent supportive housing targeting the chronically homeless population, which means that there will be on-site services on the site, and we will be bringing in folks from outdoors into housing. We're currently slated to close the acquisition in April and start the conversion of the hotel into studio units. However, as we've been doing the budgeting, the capital costs have resulted in a funding gap, and therefore staff is seeking an additional $1.4 million in capital funding. Cost engineering, if we had to limit the scope of the rehabilitation, would limit us to very basic elements, which would replace only what's broken and limit any of the site improvements to only doing accessibility improvements, which we want to do more than that. And so that's where the funding is needed for the project. Next slide. So as you can see in the funding, the city has obtained a $14 million grant, $14.5 million, $12 million, which will be funding the acquisition as well as the conversion of the motel into permanent supportive housing. And then there's also $2.4 million in operational costs, which will support the on-site services. In addition, the city has already committed $4.9 million. The money would come from the Affordable Housing Fund, which is what market rate housing development pays into, as well as non-residential development also contributes to the Affordable Housing Fund. However, the funds currently do not sit in the fund, and so we will be seeking a loan from the general fund, which will get paid back as fees are collected from market rate developments. We were also successful in obtaining a $1 million community development block grants from Contra Costa County, which will also go towards capital costs. However, there remains a funding gap. In future years, once the conversion is completed, the city is also, or staff is also recommending $2 million in funding for supportive services. I think as both the state and the city's understanding of the needs of our chronically homeless population, we'd like to enhance the on-site services, which comes at an added cost, and that would be approximately $2 million, totaling the total project cost to $23,812,000. However, this evening, it'd only be the $1.4 million, which is being requested for the capital costs. So I'll hand it back to Andrea.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and fellow council members. As much as I'd like a promotion to Deputy Director, I'd like to correct the record as the Assistant Deputy Director of Public Works Engineering, but I appreciate that, Andrea. I'm here to present the CIP projects that we're highlighting, and in this case, we'll start off with the Borman Park site remediation project. So just to segue into this, basically the first project we have is to remediate the soil that's on site. And with that said, oh, next slide, please. That's why I didn't get the promotion to Deputy Director.
KCRT, can you bring the slide back up? It's dark on my end.
Ours are up, but it looks like the other TVs are off KCRT.
All right, we'll go ahead and proceed. So for this slide, we have the Borman Park Site Remediation Project. This is focused to remove the contaminated soil on site so we can proceed with the next project, which is the revitalization. For this project, we're actively in construction today, and we're anticipated to be completed in June of 2025, if not sooner. The current shortfall projection is $250,000, and that's due to the complexity of the project dealing with soil contaminants as you continue to dig, et cetera. Things can come up during construction, and we're working with the construction management team and is anticipating a shortfall of $250,000. Next slide, please. The next project is the Borman Park Revitalization Project. So once the site remediation project is completed, we'll proceed with this, the actual revitalization. This project includes a skate park, youth soccer fields, fitness zone, play areas, a gathering area plaza, multi-use trail, and a basketball court. Now, we've recently put that out for bid, and we're anticipating to award it this April. Based off of our current projections, we have bid alternate costs that will run a shortfall for approximately $400,000. The reason we need this money is to provide resilient surfacing, concrete paved pathway, chain link fence around the grass field, and mile markers along this pathway. Next slide, please. The next project is the Booker T. Anderson Community Center, which we're calling Phase 3. As you guys know, Phase 1 was there for the fire restoration project, and Phase 2, which was recently completed, was focused on the interior. For Phase 3, the focus now is focusing on critical exterior improvements, including roof and gutter replacements, complete exterior building repainting, and a transformative exterior courtyard renovation with new fencing. We are currently in the planning phase for this, and if we proceed to fund the shortfall, we're estimating construction to be completed in December of 2026. Next slide, please. The final project is the Carlson Boulevard Crosstown Connection Phase 2 project. So currently, we're in design. We're at 35% design to be exact, and we're estimating construction completion to be December of 2026. However, during the 35% design process, we've identified, based off that estimate, to be approximately short $3 million. Recently, we did have a community meeting, and as you guys see on the slides, these are photos from that. And with that outreach that we've done, we are addressing that there's approximately a total of $3 million needed, which will address paving needs, including some bus shelter future connections, and then account for the increase in design costs, construction management, and adherence to the 1.5% public art ordinance allocation requirements. Next slide.
Andrea, one moment, please. I do want to stress to the council that these numbers that were presented are the current present value estimates. They do not include all costs of potential inflation that may occur. So as the bids come in for the projects, we will continue to keep the city council updated in the event that we need to make further refinements.
And with that, I'll just restate the recommended action is to discuss and adopt resolutions to appropriate fiscal year 2023-24 audited unspent funds in the amount of $5,571,504 and committing an additional $1.4 million to the Home Key Project loan for a total unspent funds of $6,971,504. Included in your packet is Attachment 5 for the unspent funds resolution reflecting the proposed amendment to the loan agreement in addition to Attachment 3, the Home Key Loan Resolution recommendation modification is Attachment 3.
Okay,
Next slide,
thank you. Before we get to questions and comments, I'd like to open public forum, public comment.
We have 2 in-person speakers. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. If you're joining us online. 2 speakers are Cordell Hindler and Elsa Stevens. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you, the finance, for this presentation. So I looked at the proposal and I'm like, I don't have no objections to it. So what I'm asking that the council is to, someone makes a motion, approves it, and be done with it. So I'm all for it. So that's it.
Elsa Stevens?
Just like Cordell, I can't wait for Home Key to happen. You're turning a Motel 6 into apartments for the hardest to serve population, the people that even when you offer them services and a roof over their heads, because of multiple problems, they either refuse the help or they fail at their new place. But the money that you're setting aside for operation, that's what's going to make it work. And when you make that work, having those people close to city services where they can thrive, those people are not going to be making life difficult for everyone else in the encampments. So it's a win-win-win-win process. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker, and we do have one speaker online.
The speaker is Maria Kearns. Maria, you may begin. You will be given 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Teresa. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Maria Teresa Franco Carnes. I'm co-chair of Rising Juntos. We are an organization that advocate create racial, economic, and health justice in Contra Costa. We are here tonight as key partners in this effort. In support of the staff request to allocate $650,000 of unallocated funds to complete the Burman Park. This is a vital project for Richmond community, which has been in work for more than 8 years, led and designed by the residents themselves. We are very excited that its park will finally become a reality. We know the importance that green spaces provided for our children's families, as they offer opportunities to the entire community to enjoy free physical activities and spend time with the family and create social connections with the neighborhoods. The completion of the park will be create a positive impact, improving the quality of our lives of our entire community. That is why tonight we ask for your support and allocate the necessary funds to complete the Burman Park and to continue to work in partnership with us in the community. We thank you in advance for the support and make this dream happen. Thank you so much for everybody.
Thank you, and there are no more speakers.
Thank you. Then public comment is closed. I want to remind council, last council meeting, we started at 5 and lasted till 11:30. So we need to be succinct and we need to stay to the point. So this item is about spending the audited unspent funds. So I know that we can get into the weeds and talk about the pros and cons of where the money is going, but this is not the place to do that. We need to talk about the budget. So if you have questions with some of the monies, it needs to be about the budget, not about the project itself. You know, for instance, we can't talk about how much money is going to one aspect and how much money is going to another aspect of the item. I see a face being made down there, and Because, I'm saying this because we have talked about items, and then we get into the minutia of where the money is going. It's happened. Maybe you haven't witnessed it, but it has happened, and so I want us to concentrate on the actual items themselves, and they are all items that we have discussed and approved. So, yes, Councilmember Robinson.
Okay, so I'm going to ask questions if I don't understand something, and if I'm in violation, then we can argue about it. So just quickly, I wanted to first start off with the additional appropriations, the 4.9 million. Is there a line item of where that money went? Do we have that somewhere? I missed it.
KCRT, can you bring up slide 4, please?
Okay, great.
Thank
So
you.
this was extra legal costs and the library renovation. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Okay, I'm sorry I missed that. Okay, great. Check. The next one was with the Booker T Center. There was some small amounts of money that I made a big deal about making sure they went to phase 2. And I'm just wondering, because I never heard what exactly happened. You said that you finished all the things with phase 2. That means that all the interior improvements that were outlined have been completed, and we're not going to have another kind of ask later on to do those interior improvements. Is that right?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, I'm the Public Works Director. So maybe what you're referring, Councilmember Robinson, is the remaining balance that happened after phase 2. In a previous meeting, you mentioned that you didn't want just that little balance just because there were other things. And what we're trying to complete here is the roof improvement that was not part of phase 2, the exterior improvement painting specifically, and landscape improvement interior and exterior.
So there were, what I was concerned about, and I was unclear on whether or not it got addressed, was there was a need for interior improvements that were not a part of the fire damage, but that were identified that they needed to get done in order to make sure that you're improving the whole building. I think it was like an HVAC or some other things, can't remember what the exact list was, but I want to make sure as we're allocating these funds that we're not in the next cycle going to be, oh, by the way, we didn't do those interior things, now we need this additional money.
Yeah, so we do have the phase 3 allocation. We moved it from phase 2. There's $321,000 and $606 remaining. And I say for phase 3, if necessary, and it is necessary, it is to evaluate, the entire need, right? That's always the case. And so in this case, if there are additional items that need to be addressed that weren't addressed, we'll scope that into phase 3 as well.
Okay. And another question about Carlson is, we're asking for a good amount of money. I'm wondering why the bus shelters were not included, only the, I guess, footings, so they could be put in the future. Is there some reasoning why that wasn't included?
So the Carlson project, if I'm not mistaken, started in 2016. We're going to turn 10 years with this project, and we have not. But from that year till now, there's been an additional scope added and added and added. What the original scope was is completely different to what we have now. And one of the biggest elements, if not the main element that is creating this extra shortfall is the pavement. So in 10 years, the deterioration of that pavement has happened, and now it doesn't make any sense to put new bike lanes or do any improvement if we're going to come back a year or two after or 3 years after to repave that street. So better just repave it now as part of the project. So that's one of the reasons. And what we're trying to do is not to keep adding a scope, like let's do this part, and any additional needs that the community has identified, let's address it as a different phase, as a follow-up phase. Otherwise, we're going to keep going into the project that it's now almost 10 years, could become a 15-year project.
But the pavement is an additional scope.
Yes, it was not part of the original scope.
And so as we're adding scope now, why not go ahead and add the bus stops? I don't understand.
Well, they're part of it. I mean,
The footers for the bus stop, unless I'm reading it wrong, which I could
yeah.
be. It's not the actual bus stops.
You want?
Okay, I'd like to remind everyone that we are doing the 5-minute rule. What I do is I measure the time that the council members are speaking, but I do not count the time that the answers come back.
And how much time have I used?
You now have 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. And sorry about my croaky voice. I'm getting over a cold and have a little laryngitis. We are incorporating into the scope to lay the foundations and add conduit and prepare for the bus shelters. You are going to be seeing a separate item for bus shelters later in this month, where we are seeking some HIP money that will help us to fund those shelters. So that will be added.
I'm sorry, seeking what kind of money? I missed what you said. You're seeking what kind of money?
There's formula money that the city will be due, and there's going to be a council item later this month. The program's called HIP. It's a housing incentive pool. And that we get some formula money, and so we'll be asking council to allocate some money for that, which will include bus shelters for.
So you're anticipating funding it from another source?
Correct. That is correct.
Thank you. And the last question I have 2 more questions. One is, these are all CIP projects, and I know we've talked about programmatic improvements as well. One that comes to mind is, we brought up this whole issue of code enforcement and having seniors and people who are disabled and people who are very low income who can't actually fulfill on their code enforcement obligations, and then their houses get a lien put on them, which puts them in housing insecurity. And we talked about bringing back a program that existed at one time to give these folks aid, and I'm wondering, why are only CIP projects, except for the one that was brought by council, put forward when there are other things that we had, we've talked about and that we've wanted to do, but they're not being prioritized?
Lena, I think, Councilmember, if the council's priority is to spend the funding programmatically, we're happy to work in that direction. At this juncture, the CIP projects are in motion and have a shortfall, and there are staffing for it. I think at this juncture, the priority in community development is to complete the Home Key project, and I think once that's completed and operational, there may be some capacity once the smoke shops and things like that are addressed. But I think that to start a new program takes time, additional staffing, and so if that's the direction that the city council wants to move in, we can certainly do so.
But you're asking to do that after we finish some things that are on.
I think it would be helpful, part of the feedback that we've been receiving is that we should try to complete projects that we start and do them in a high-quality way. And so the materials here this evening reflect what we have heard at previous meetings, but ultimately it's within, we as staff will move forward as requested by the council.
And finally, my last question here then is, I'll make a comment later. Parchester Village is on my mind, which is an important CIP project that finally made it to the CIP list, which is great. I'm not seeing some of the soccer field things, and I wondered about that, but I'll leave that as you can comment about that because they were in progress projects, and I'm wondering how they're doing. But Parchester Village has flooded for years, and it has 0 funds allocated, even to complete the studies that we would need to do to figure out how to fix it. And, decades of folks who are underwater, I just don't understand how we can move this into more of a priority. I feel like that is a priority. It's threatening people's well-being, it's threatening people's property. It has for years. It feels like there should be at least some allocation to that, so that we can at least come up with a plan to address the problem? I just wondered if someone could comment on that.
It's noted here on attachment 4 that was distributed to the council at the dais under line item 7.
Yeah.
So if the council was interested in making a reallocation of one of the buckets this evening, it's proposed there that for next fiscal year, it would be $400,000. But if the council wants to move that forward earlier, we could certainly do that, or we can include it in the fiscal year 25-26 budget.
And you feel like, given all of the conditions, that we would still have funds available to include it in the 25-26 budget?
Given the projects that are currently in motion and where they're at in the project cycle, and what staff have capacity for, it would be optimal to include it in fiscal year 25-26 CIP.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you for the presentation. I had just two comments. One is I'm glad to see in the CIP the Nicole Park renovation, but I think like also it's important to start having adding the recreation center as kind of like a part of the whole thing. I saw that in the CIP before, we had, like, there was some money allocated or just kind of like recommended to change some of the windows in the recreational center. But I think like it will be important to see the same effort that we, this council and all of you did to renovate the public library that is the whole complex. I think like I would like to see that, and I don't know, like, but it will be good to have in the CIP.
I think that's going to be a conversation for a very future meeting. We have a list of new CIP projects requests. I think it's approaching 50 projects, and definitely we don't have enough resources to do all of them. I mean, I'm talking about just start with funding. So the city council is going to have to prioritize, is that project more important than Parkchester? Or is it going more important than a fire station? Is it more important than a soccer field? I mean, that it is going to be a balance that the city council will tell us what your priorities are.
Yeah, and also it's not just that we are putting it there and we wanted to have it for the next year, but it's just like it's a 5-year plan that we are doing. So I feel like if we have a vision for that, and then it's here, we can make plans on eventually when this is going to have some funding for that.
Understood. In terms of the phasing, once we get the bid awarded for the library, and once we get the bid awarded for MLK, because those are really big projects, and then we'll start simultaneously working on Station 66, and then it would be feasible for us to then think about how to phase in the rec center. But these are all, at this juncture, construction costs for those types of facilities are nearing almost $2,000 a square foot. And so we just want to make sure that we're moving in an incremental manner, but we do understand, and it's certainly a priority for all of us as staff, to complete these very large CIP projects that are really transformational for our community. And we do appreciate the City Council's leadership and working with us in an incremental manner to move them all forward.
Okay, thank you. And then my last thing is, I think I would like to have a more transparent way of presenting the unexpended funds. The way that it's presented, it seems it looks like we have 6.9 million, when actually in the audit, it presented at like 13 million. I know that you are saying, oh, we allocate or committed some of this money before. But it's also like at that point in November, it wasn't presented, or I don't recall that it wasn't presented that these funds were coming from unexpended funds. So I think like for more transparency, we need to do that. And this is why I had been requesting that you present us with a deficit or unexpended figure before the audit. I know that the audit is the final thing, but it seems to me that when you presented these monies to put it in the library renovation, you already know that there were some unexpended funds, because if no, I don't know where, like, or if not, where you were thinking that this money were coming from, if no, from the unexpended funds. Who is going to answer?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so where, like, in November, we adopted a resolution to appropriate for $4.1 million from the general fund to the general capital fund to revitalize the main library. Where this, like, if you didn't know that this was coming from the unexpended fund, where were you thinking that this money was, or where you were planning that this money was coming from?
The presentation in November was from the unspent funds, and it was the request of the council to provide an estimated number prior to the audit being completed. It's never recommended, however, to appropriate until the funds are audited, but there was a pretty hard push to provide an estimate, and so those the unspent funds that were estimated in November is what was presented, and that's what council adopted, and it's in the resolution attached in your packet this evening.
Okay, so this is what, like, it will be good for the council to have an approximate of what unexpended funds are coming ahead, so we can also decide it in the budget process if we are going to have that. Then my other question is, I know that, like, one question that I had before was how we get these unexpended funds. I would like, is that coming from vacancy savings, or where is that bulk of money coming from?
It's a combination of things. Your prior audited fiscal year, your revenues did better than anticipated from budget. Your expenditures from vacancy savings were lower than anticipated. So it's a combination of those things that make up the audited amount that was
How much? What is the percentage of how much is coming from vacancies?
I don't have that number in front of me.
So that would be great to have it. Like, I think, like, I was told that that was coming. I don't remember if right now or in another budget session, but, like, it would be great to really know the analysis of, like we are having these unexpended funds. I would like to know where is the bulk of money coming from, because if it's like from vacancies, that means that we still need to fill this.
But
Thank
it's
you.
not solely, it's a combination.
Yeah, no, but I would like to know, like, it will be good to know the percentage of how much money from this is from vacancies and other versus other monies coming in. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Lots of great info, especially attachment 4. I want to echo a little bit on the BTA. I know that last time we spoke about, or at least I think I had mentioned, if we could remove the window bars and adding a different type of glass so that it becomes more welcoming. Right? We don't want the people going in there, and we have other rooms around Richmond that are a lot more welcoming, and that just didn't look as well. So I'm not sure if that's already in there as part of the project.
It's not, but we can add that to the scope.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I may, we would include that as a bid alternate, because when you start doing the windows, then you're going to basically open back up the interior improvements that have been finished. So I think we'll work with Public Works to do a bid alternate, and then we'll bring back the analysis for the council.
Thank you, thank you. And then in regards to the bus shelters, I have this on my list as well, and Councilman Robinson got into it. So it's good, we're same minds. For the bus shelters, I spoke to AC Transit this weekend, and they were saying that they are figuring out their budget for maintaining bus shelters. So as we put in more bus shelters, are we also figuring out how we're going to maintain them? Or are we going to give them to AC Transit and they hopefully maintain them?
That's a work in progress.
Actually, that's a question that's not dealing with the budget now. It's dealing with future cost.
Okay.
So please keep questions to.
I'll keep it there then. Thank you. And then going on Parkchester, which is in my district as well, and I appreciate the support. Yes, so what can we do to try to put some funding into it? Because every year, for the many, many years, the community gets flooded. And there are short-term and long-term solutions that we can look into. The long-term solution is about 10 million. So I'm wondering if we can put in something here to do a short-term solution, not even the study yet, but we can put a pump station that can remove the water much quickly, and then people be able to travel throughout the street without going through the
If I may,
water.
given that there's been a lot of community concern about this item, and different council members have different working knowledge of what the current situation is and what the possible solutions are, perhaps Public Works can work on developing a draft study session presentation for the city council, which may include Veolia, subject to the council's consideration. So then that way there can be a comprehensive discussion. So that way we don't rush to a solution without everyone having the same understanding of what the current landscape is, and do it in a transparent way so the council could and community can be present.
And I agree with that. I just want to see if there's ways for funding.
If I might, your questions, again, are projecting to the future. I think the better way to frame the question is how much money from the unspended funds would be, would answer a lot of questions at this point. So if you could.
Well, there's the problem in Parkchester has been there for, I don't know, 50 years, right? And that gives you an idea if there's not a solution yet, is because it's not a simple solution. What we're proposing is we need to do an analysis, an engineering analysis that analyze that option, for example, and how much does it cost? Is it really the solution or it's a temporary solution? And if go over that process. So we estimate that we need a couple of $100,000 just to start analysis, just to have a consultant studying the options and bringing a presentation, as the city manager said, to the community and the city council. These are the options, and take it from there. Right now, it's a very dynamic numbers are coming. I mean, we started with $40 million, then we maybe spend $10 million. With more analysis, now we're in $15 million. So that tells you an idea that we need a more detailed analysis. It's like diagnosing, I mean, like telling you right now how healthy you are without having any tests.
So I guess my question there as well, right, as we're trying to prioritize, we know that this has been going on for many years, as you just mentioned, right? And the reason we haven't looked at it is because we never had a council member who has directly worked in that community because they care for that community. Everyone else has always bypassed that community. So that issue has been there, but nobody's ever cared enough to look at, to do something. And now we have that council that we do care and want to make sure that we appropriate the right funding for the community that is in dire need, doesn't have a high voter concentration, because that's why it's not priority. So we want to make sure that we are prioritizing it. So all these other lists, it's hard to say I want to take away from one and the other because we always go through this, but when we're thinking about how we're funding things, that we can start looking at projects that have been going on for 15, 20 plus years that has been an issue and not bump others that are also important. But in terms of urgency, this community, when it rains, they cannot safely get in or out of their own community.
Correct.
Right? So I want to just make sure that as we think about this, that we help us prioritize. And I know that we might not have a number now, but I would love to be able to get in the next budget then, putting them up front because it's a hazard.
You can do that.
Actually, we're doing that right now. If you go to attachment 4, the project is there.
Yeah, in
At that
25,
moment,
26.
say it again?
That's for budget year 25, 26, but I would love to have seen something.
25, 26 this July.
Yeah, I would love to have seen something now.
That's
because-
fine. You can take from one of the other projects and put it here.
Perfect. If you can help us prioritize which one that we can take from, and then.
Well, you have Burman, BTA, and Carlson. We can move it from any of them. You tell us which one you want to move it, or the city council tell us where you want to move it from.
Perfect.
So because the work, any expenditure, right, is probably not going to occur this fiscal year, that's why it wasn't noted now. Because even if staff start working on something, there probably wouldn't be an expenditure until next fiscal year. So I understand the conversation. I can certainly include it in we can certainly include it in the next fiscal year's budget. If the council would like to swap funding though, if you're not satisfied with that, even though knowing that nothing will probably be expended this fiscal year, if you still would like to see an allocation, then I would recommend that we look at the project that has the highest allocation this evening.
Thank you. As long as we can bring a study session much quicker, right? We've been talking about this, at least I'm going into already in my 3rd year, and I would just love to be able to see something more priority for that community.
No, understood. Just for the good of the council and the good of the community, right? I do want to say that our public works is doing a great job, right? Like if you drive down McDonald Avenue, it's looking better. If you were at Nickel Park, it's looking better. The library's moving. Like we are moving on all cylinders. And so I do want to just say that we do have capacity constraints, and every time the administration keeps changing, this is affecting everyone in a really dynamic way. So I think everyone's trying their best. We understand it's a priority. We're committed to figuring out how to fix the problem. And I think that if we have a study session, that'll make sure that the community is bought in on the proposed solutions. Because what we heard at other meetings, when staff just does a study and says, here's the solution, right? The community doesn't always accept the solution. So what I'm suggesting here is we try to be more proactive, have a community meeting, discuss what the possible solutions are, then bring that back to city council for implementation, instead of just trying to say, oh, put a pump, right? Because what if that doesn't work? Right? Or what if people don't want the pump? What if they say, you know what, there's some new technology that we're not privy to. If we put a bioswale here, it would fix everything. I don't know, right? There's all kinds of different solutions that we may not be thinking about. So if the council, again, recommendation from staff is it can move forward in 25, 26. Before we adopt the budget, we could have a study session, or you can move the money this evening and we'll move forward accordingly.
Yeah, it's just my concern, we're going to have April showers, and that community will, once again, be flooded. So.
Yes, unfortunately, none of the suggestions this evening would mitigate that from happening. So that's the unfortunate part, right? And so that's the difficult, challenging part that we have, that we've all inherited, that we're working to fix.
Yeah, from what you mentioned that the fund will not be spent before July 1st, right? That's why it's not in this.
Correct.
But none of the other items, their money will not be spent before July 1st, or would they?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Borman is out to bid right now. So when you have a project that's out to bid, in order to award the contract, you have to have the money.
Okay. No more questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you for the presentation and the projects. My question is about Carlson Boulevard. What's the urgency of it? for the bike lane? Can we swap it with other things?
Well, this is a project that has been a priority for the city council for, as I mentioned, since 2016.
Why? Is it public safety issue?
If I may, there's 1,000 affordable housing units on or approximate to Carlson Boulevard. So when the city council directed staff to think about equity and how we allocate funding, this is also a thoroughfare, right? And there's a lot of children in that neighborhood. So there was a community meeting, community residents brought up additional ideas that they want included. And so staff is coming to the city council in a phased manner to try to identify resources to meet the desires of the community. If KCRT can put up slide 11, please. And Joseph, did you want to augment?
Actually, I also want to add to this slide. So part of the attachment that you guys have, we did our best to identify if it's grant funded, the budget priority, strategic goals and objectives, and city council project criteria that was mentioned actually last year, March 5th, 2024, at the same council, probably during the same session, similar to that. So that'll answer the questions of how does it align, whether it's an adopted criteria or a recommended prioritization. That's what we tried to do to display that in the attachment itself. So for this project, we're looking at Carlson Crosstown Phase 2. We identified that it assists and answers the call to health and safety.
Line 5, Councilmember Bana.
And then it also, we put on
Sorry,
here.
we're line 5.
Line 5, attachment 4,
Got
that was
it.
handed out.
Okay, thank you.
And quality of life because of the built environment that we intend to complete hopefully by December of 2026. And then we also had the city council project criteria. So that's where we outlined 6 specific, those are the ones, the 5. But we have the strategic goals. So to align with that, we identified that this goes with strategic goal number 4, which is improve public safety. So that's the mechanism for all these. Now, the prioritization, as you guys are indicating, that's always going to be that work in progress that we do together with council, we do with staff, we do with the community. That's also, remember we had that conversation back in November for those that were on council. That was that programmatic approach effort. And so we'll continue to work on that, but simultaneously, we still need to do our best efforts to keep projects ongoing that have been approved, that have been prioritized. But it's a difficult question, right? If there's only X amount of dollars, where do you put it? And so we come up with a recommendation and we'll proceed with your guidance.
I respect that. Thank you very much. So my question is basically, there are communities that residents who have been living there in Fairmead Hilltop specifically, and I've been writing to Public Works about it, have been receiving comments. They've been living there for over 30 years. They say during their stay in Fairmead Hilltop, the asphalt on the streets has never been resurfaced. It seems like it's 50 years old. I mean, it's in a horrible condition. I was hoping some of this money would go towards such projects, and I hope it gets some priority in the future because they totally feel neglected and ignored. The other thing is there are projects that require a study, like Parchester Village study is $200,000, $300,000, and also Fire Station 63 in terms of what it needs, another $300,000. So if we spend the budget on a study, then the next cycle we have a good idea of how to prioritize them. So I would expect the studies would get some priority so they find the right place in the next round of budget cycling. If you could do that, that'd be great.
Yes, we can work on that.
Okay, thank you very much, and please think about Fairmead Hilltop asphalt resurfacing. That's very important. After 40, 50 years, it does need some resurfacing. Thank you so much. Oh, one last question, if I may. For the city manager, the $1 million that we approved for legal services to immigrants, is it going to be there until it's finished, or it has to finish within 1 year?
The item will be brought back to City Council on April 15th, if I recall correctly,
For what?
to approve the
to
approve the
discuss
contract.
such details.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I was really excited to hear that we had 13 million to spend until I quickly learned that 6 million of it was gone about the time I got to the council. In addition to that, I don't want to pick apart any of the projects because when I'm looking at each project, I'm looking at the communities that these projects will serve. And every community I feel is very deserving of each one of these projects. But I do want to bring your attention to number 20 on attachment 4, which is the Harbor 8 expansion. So this project is set to be completed July of this year. And they have a current $3 million funding gap to complete this. If given the support, we would be getting a $16 million park and community resilience center for $3 million. And I think it's just worth to note that they have exhausted all of their extensions so the urgency behind this is really important and they really need the help. And to date, Poco Park has raised over $100 million into the Iron Triangle neighborhood. We did have, I know myself and staff had a few meetings last week with Pogo Park, and I expressed to them about the prioritizations of certain projects. However, their intention isn't to skip the line or anything like that, but is to seek support to bring this project to completion. Lastly, they're confident in their fundraising abilities, and to have garnered over $100 million, I'm pretty confident in their fundraising abilities. So at this point, they have even suggested the city providing a letter of commitment just to say that it may not be from this pot of money or it may not be from that pot of money, but if we commit to supporting this project, bringing it to completion, knowing that knowing that what's at stake of jeopardy of not having any more grant extensions and things like that, they're just looking for help in committing to saying that we will help support, their $3 million funding gap. I did speak to Ms. Tootie and said, what is the absolute minimum of support to bring this project to completion? And she mentioned about half of that, but the $3 million is for 1.5 for the hall and 1.5 for the kitchen that's there. I don't know if you all have visited she takes everybody on a tour. So if you haven't seen the infrastructure, it is absolutely beautiful. Our community is so deserving of it. It will be the first of its kind in our area, a community resilience center. So in the event of an emergency, a disaster, this would be a place where folks can go and receive shelter, food, and resources, and so forth and so on. So I just wanted bring that to the council's attention when we're thinking about projects that are not as near in completion. If there's a possibility to redirect some funds, I would highly suggest that. So just thank you for the opportunity. Let me bring that to everyone's attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson.
I don't think I was prepared for how difficult a conversation that this is. And I'm trying to sort of like feel my way through about what seems like the most fair and equitable way to handle this. The way that I see this is that we are right now looking to spend, and there's a question here, I'm building up to it. We're looking to spend, somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million as we're sitting right on the precipice of starting our full budget process, which takes place in March, April, May, and June. So the question I have is, especially if it's true that a lot of these projects, including the ones that were chosen, might not actually be spending this money this fiscal year, what is the advantage of us tonight doling out how this money gets spent rather than just saying, let's incorporate this money into our full and careful budget process where everybody can, sort of put their needs on the table. So is there any advantage to spending this, to allocating this money right now?
Yes, thank you that's a very good question, Councilmember Wilson. So if you look at attachment 4 that's provided with you this evening, you'll notice that in the 4th column, it'll indicate the phase of the project. And so so for example, Borman Park site remediation is under construction. Borman Park bid revitalization, it's in the bid award phase. BTA Phase 3 design, and Carlson Phase 2 design. And so if you look at that list, right, if you're in the construction bid award or design, that's where we have to make the allocation in order to make sure that we're bringing the project to fruition in the manner that's consistent with what the community requested. Now, on the other end, right, like there's also, like Councilmember Brown stated, okay, Harbor 8, item number 20, it's under construction. Staff have, and I have made requests for additional information related to the Harbor 8 project, and I'm not sure if they've retained the information that they requested yet to better understand the sources and uses of funds, because that's a project that's a collaboration between the city and a local nonprofit. But that is, the phase of the project is very critical.
Mm-hmm. And can you repeat, sorry, one more time, which are the phases that are meaningfully improved? Where do they need the money now, in which phases?
Construction,
Mm-hmm.
bid and award,
Mm-hmm.
and design.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
So
please finish.
pre-planning is the one where it's more nimble.
Okay, that we're not likely to have a benefit from having cash allocated to that prior to the June, July budget. My next question is if we were to take a couple $100,000 away from, say, the Booker T. Anderson Community Center Phase 3 and put it towards another project that we would have to fight over, would that jeopardize, maybe this is a question for you, would that jeopardize the timeline for completion of that project? So right now you have in the documents that that's scheduled to be completed by December of 2026. If at this moment we were to take, let's say, $200,000 from that line item, put it towards another project, TBD tonight, to be determined tonight, would that jeopardize that timeline?
I would say we should probably add a quarter, like if we change.
Sorry, what does a quarter mean?
Like a quarter, a calendar year quarter, like one quarter, because we also report to you quarterly on what we're doing with our finances. So I would add a quarter, so 3 months.
Okay, so if we were to take that money, put it towards another project today, would that, and then replace it during the actual full budget process that culminates in June, would having that money missing for the next few months slow that project and make it harder to complete by December 2026?
I would say if it's specifically for the BTA Anderson,
Yeah.
if it's $200,000, no. I would, as long as we have the money in next fiscal year, I don't see why that would affect. However, the new project it depends.
Well, Danielle, but see, this is a staff capacity question, right?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
if you're
It
asking, so
depends,
that's why
yeah.
I said add a quarter.
Okay.
Because then it's like, okay, Joseph, keep working on BTA, but then also start working on Parkchester. So
Correct.
then you
Right.
have a staff person
Correct.
or other staff people that are juggling things. So invariably, that leads to a little project delays. So so we're not over-promising
Sure.
and underachieving, I would say to be safe, add a quarter, an extension to deliver.
I see. Okay, so what I'm asking for is not just what would be the effect of having this money put towards this other project, but in effect, I'm asking for staff time.
Yes.
But if we were to say, let's put the money with the understanding that it's more of a symbolic placeholder of money to show our seriousness about another project without expecting it to finish, and then, I'm just putting it out there. Like, so the concern with it, I'm hearing, is mostly staff time, not that the moving of this money jeopardizes something that has to happen with BTA.
Right, because when you allocate funding in a specific specific year, it's an indication to staff, right? And in our priorities that there should be movement on the project.
Okay.
Right?
I
And
hear
so it's just, we
Yeah.
can be nimble, right? But I just feel like it's important that we also have reasonable expectations for staff and what
Sure.
they can reasonably complete.
Yeah, no, I think for me, I'm trying to balance that with, I think the very real concerns about some of the projects that
Yes,
that I know we all
absolutely.
share and stuff. So thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you all for the great work in general for all the projects. I know that, and I mentioned that during the Employee Appreciation Day last week, we just throw projects at you because you make it look easy. And you do more work, and we appreciate it. And I come from a place of appreciation, so that all with love. But back in December, or no, but I'm just going to read. Back in December, City Council had already given direction. It was agenda item that I brought forward that gave direction on a short-term measures addressing drainage challenges in Parchester Village during the upcoming rainy season. So that was in December, the last agenda item in December. So just want to say that we had already prioritized that.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only senior engineer that we have working in that type of project resigned. His last day was the last day of February. So even December sounds like 3 months ago. Well, he was, he has been gone this month. We need to replace that staff member. You met him in one of the celebrations of one of the projects that we have, the Ring Creek project. And if you remember, the Ring Creek project started with Patrick Phelan, continued with Ken Chang, continue with Wendy Wellbrook and Jeff Barrage. And the four of them are, well, actually, Wendy's still here. When we're talking about Parchester, and I know Councilmember Wilson has brought up other items very similar to Parchester in District 5, and I think it's about 2 or 3 other locations. We know there are about 5 locations that are kind of the same type of issues. And all of them are going to be brought up to you during the next fiscal year. And part of our limitations are now staff. We need to backfill that position and see how we can even increase that team of the water resource recovery.
Thank you. So I just want to put it out there just for my colleagues to just remind ourselves, because I forgot about it as well, that back in December we had prioritized that there. So hopefully that there's some funding that we can move, and we can start moving in with a short-term project that hopefully Veolia can help us out with to start getting it going.
We need help if you can help us recruiting engineers. That's why, especially with that type of background.
All right. I'll look for some. Thank you.
Okay, hold on a second here. Councilmember Robinson.
I don't know if we're ready for this yet, but I'd like to make a motion if we are. I don't know that you've actually had a chance to talk yet, Mr. Mayor.
I have not had a chance to talk. What I would like to say, actually make your motion.
Okay. So my motion is to accept the recommendation with this edit, and the edit would be to hold $500,000 from the BTA project, and during the next budget cycle, allocate those funds to backfill it, and for the interim, hold it so that we can figure out how best to address Parchester Village.
I'll second that.
If we come out with a plan that says that we don't need those funds for whatever reason, you know, we can always put it back. But I think I have to make a little bit, I can restate the motion in a minute, but I have to make a little bit of a statement. And I think you said that it was 50 years. 50 years that this problem has been going on. Is that right? Did I hear that right?
That's my assumption.
Yeah, 50 years. How does something like this happen for 50 years? It happens because we don't put our money where our mouth is. We don't put it into motion. We don't put that down payment that then drags us into finishing the project. We need to do that tonight. And that's what I'm hoping we'll do. I would like to, that would put that motion forward.
Thank you. And I second it.
So,
There's a question and there's a friendly amendment.
you know, I will go to the question, but we have so many amendments, friendly amendment, friendly amendment, and I think we need to be, we can't be adjusting our budget through amendments because it's just not a logical way to do it. We end up getting what council members dream of without being logical in terms of the funds we have and how we spend the funds.
Can I say something to that?
Let me finish?
Okay.
Okay. So I appreciate everyone's care and attention to the issues that they see at hand, but, you know, I have foregone a lot of amendments that I would like to see because I know staff has spent a lot of time in addressing the issues that we have brought forward. And you know, we're talking about a 4-month time period. And in this conversation, we are learning what sorts of projects we want to put forward when we look at our budget for the upcoming year. Go ahead.
So I'm just going to repeat this again. How do you get to a place where something like flooding a whole neighborhood happens for 50 years? You get there because no one takes this step to say that it's this important. I feel like the reason why the budget comes in front of City Council at all is not for us to rubber stamp it, but rather for us to review it. And if we see that there is something that's not in alignment with our values, that is not serving our community the way it should be served, that we ask for edits. I think this is a reasonable edit. I think that Parkchester Village has waited long enough, and I think that we need to put our money where our mouth is.
I think you misread what I was saying. I believe that we are not rubber stampers, that we should address the needs of our communities. But when council member after council member after council member after council member comes up with items that they want to amend, we end up with a minestrone soup without any idea of what of what's in it. So, Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask a question, City Manager, when you mentioned the phases of which projects are priority, and you mentioned construction. And so I see 2 items on the list for construction, or that are in the construction phase, which is the remediation for the Borman Park site and Harbor 8 expansion. That is correct. And I also see like there's in parentheses a 1 and there's a 3. Can you tell me like what does that indicate? 3 indicates MOU needed. Oh, okay.
1 indicates in the bid award process and/or construction phase, budgetary concerns can still occur due to market volatility in bids, estimating unforeseen site conditions, delays, and regulatory issues.
Okay, got it. And so just, again, not trying to, as the mayor said, nitpick apart which project deserves what, but we also have to take into consideration the immediate needs of each recommendation. And so when we have places like Parkchester Village flooding, that should be high priority. And when we have places like Harbor 8 that's near completion and we're not getting behind that and we're allocating money to projects that will not be impacted if we were to redirect funding. And so I think my last question is, would there be an impact, a direct impact to any of the projects that we would be approving tonight if we were to redirect any of the funds to some of the more immediate needed projects?
the projects that are,
Well, we definitely, in order to close escrow, we definitely need the city council's approval this evening for the home key project. So I just want to make sure
Okay,
that
so
everyone.
home key is
yes.
like-
Also, Borman, because we're bidding and under construction there.
is that for the revitalization?
Both the
both.
remediation and the revitalization. Because if the bids come in and then
Right,
we don't
need
have
the money.
yeah, right. We're hoping that it's close, but, and all of these, again, these are all estimates, right?
Yeah.
Even our budget these are all estimates, right? So until now, we've have audited financials, we're coming back to you and we're saying, here's what's left. The challenge is that we have some projects, right, where we've asked staff, because it's been a number of years where there hasn't been an MOU. And so for us, trying to emulate best practices and make sure that our administrative record is in order, that we've asked Pogo Park to work with Deputy City Manager White in order to effectuate a MOU and to look at the sources and uses that they've spent thus far. So I
Right.
think once we have all of that information, we would
Yeah,
be.
they sent that over.
Yeah, and so again, right, this is all happening in real time, that these items are coming before you, we're still receiving information. So ultimately, it's at the discretion of the council. At the time this was prepared, we didn't have that information, and so that's why
Right.
it noted what's here.
Okay, so I just would like to ask the council if, while seeking redirection with some of the funding, if we can consider the Harbor 8 project, they are in need of an immediate 1 million to finish out the construction phase.
What I would like to do, can we get, all of us have special projects that we.
This is not a special project for me, it's not even in my district.
Okay, we all have our preferences. Do you accept that word?
Well, I mean, I'm just going about the priority on the list. They said construction, so I was just highlighting it, but.
Right, but we all, I think what we need to do is to make a list of our priorities, so that we can make one motion with all of them, as opposed to making a motion here, making a motion there.
I have a motion and a second.
Okay.
And you're requesting a friendly amendment. I would like to stay focused on Parchester Village tonight. I think that we do have another budget cycle coming up and that we could consider other things there. I just feel like Parchester Village is overdue. That community is really overdue.
Okay.
And I
Councilmember
agree.
Bonner.
I believe that it is overdue, but also, I mean, from what we've heard tonight, that there's still room. So although this project is overdue, I don't think that I don't think that the Harbor 8 project takes away from Parchester Village being overdue.
I would respectfully disagree and decline the friendly amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Bonner.
So the study for the Parchester Village, Public Work Director said would be $300,000. The study for Fire Station 63 is $300,000. My friendly amendment is to make it $600,000 to cover both the studies, so the next budget cycle, we can decide where they go. Fire Station 63 is the only fire station in the very high fire hazard severity zone, and it has seismic issues, and it needs to be addressed for the sake of public safety and safety of our firefighters, who then ensure the safety of the public.
I'm sorry, fire station, which one?
63, that's line number 10.
Line number 10? Okay, thank you. All right.
So again, I'd like to respectfully decline that friendly amendment, not because I don't support the fire stations, but I believe we can put it into the next budget cycle, and it's happening next month, it starts. And I will be supporting 66, 63, those stations after visiting them. Absolutely need us to put money into them. Tonight, I want to focus on Parchester Village.
Okay. Councilmember Wilson.
I have a question for the Public Works Director again. So I had previously asked whether taking $200,000 from the budget for Booker T. Anderson tonight, with the understanding that during our regular budget session that $200,000 could be replaced, whether doing that tonight, whether that was going to slow or imperil the December 2026 completion date that project has. The proposal right now on the table is to take $500,000 out of that budget. And I'm just wondering if 500,000 changes your answer at all. Does it seem like that is going to slow down the completion of that project?
Could I add, if it's okay to ask, if we in this motion will say that we will, like the motion will be saying that allocating the 500 in the next fiscal budget. So it's guaranteed that the money will be there, but it's in the fiscal year.
But do you understand, council members, the issue is that we actually don't have an engineer now in water resource recovery. That's the challenge.
Yeah, I totally understand.
I asked a question. I was just, sorry, I was hoping to get an answer.
So to answer that question, let me just look a little bit expand. We have, let's say, Parchester, right? It's okay, we received $500,000 today. Well, we're going to need about 2 weeks to shuffle things around, to assign one engineer to prepare the request for proposals. And it's going to take that engineer a while to put it together, right? And let's say it's a month they can put it together. So we're talking a month and a half. You have to allow the consultants to review the documents and provide their proposals. There's another month, there's 2 months and a half. We received the proposals. We need another month to review, do interviews, and select the one that we are going to recommend to the city council. 3 months and a half. Then we have to put it in a city council meeting. And that is, we have to do it a month and a half ahead of the meeting. So that is 6 months already. In 6 months is basically July, August, which is when the city council takes a break. So we'll bring that award in September. We're talking about next fiscal year. So in reality, we'll need the funding next fiscal year, even if we start right now. That's one, so.
I guess let me rephrase it. So as long as that money is replaced, if it's $500,000 that takes away from this project tonight, puts towards Parchester Village, but is replaced by in the June, July budget, is that going to derail the BTA project?
Well, that's part of the answer. The engineer that we are going to put there, let's assume it could be the same one that is working on the BTA. So yes, it may delay a little bit, but
so the question, I guess the difference isn't between 200,000 versus 500,000. Is that really what the derailing thing? Okay, that does answer my question. But I hear what you're saying, that you're concerned that the staff being allocated in two directions.
And just to expand a little bit more, because I didn't mention anything when the Councilmember Brown and talk about Harbor 8. We have met with Pogo Parks, including today. We had a meeting with Pogo Parks. They are going to prepare more information that we're asking, because we're going more into the details. We'll have the information by this Friday, and then we're going to discuss it internally with the city manager and finance department, and then we'll come up with some recommendation if necessary.
Can I repeat my motion? I think
yes, you can.
Ms. Pam asked me to repeat it. So the motion is to accept the recommendation, the staff recommendation, with the following edit: to hold $500,000 to begin to address the Parchester Village flooding issue, and take that money from the BTA funds, particularly the BTA funds that are allocated for the fiscal year 26-27. And then replace these $500,000 in the fiscal year 25-26 budget cycle. Make sure there's an allocation in that budget cycle to replace the funds. And then ask the staff to return to council before the fiscal year 25-26 budget cycle ends with a plan to address Parchester Village. And that was my motion, and I totally understand that we're not going to get a solution to Parchester Village or maybe even start Parchester Village in this period of time. What I'm trying to do is to put money on it so that we move forward.
Mayor,
Second it again.
Mayor, can we repeat the motion so we can understand what it is?
Again, accept the staff recommendation with the following edit to hold $500,000 to begin to address the Parchester Village flooding problem. To get these funds, to reallocate these funds from the BTA funds that were planned and allocated in the 26-27 budget year. And then replace those funds that were in that 26-27 budget year, allocated in that year according to your that thing, the attachment, with $500,000 from fiscal year 25-26. So the BTA definitely gets the money that we are allocating now back. And then have staff return to council before the end of our budgeting cycle with a plan to address Parchester Village. And that doesn't have to be all the plans, all the details, just a plan so that we can, if necessary, allocate funds in the 25-26 budget cycle to move that plan along. Is that clear? Or is that objective?
Yes, I'm just wondering if the 20, I was looking to the finance director because of the reference to 26, 27 and that not being in the currently.
Yes, so what Councilmember Robinson is referring to is how the budget dollars are spread.
Understood.
On attachment 4, row
Exactly.
3. But what staff has recommended on this evening is to appropriate or allocate the full 2.7 rather than 400,000 in 25-26.
Right.
And
So maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe we'll take that part out and
Yes.
just say that in the next fiscal year.
Correct.
We replace those funds.
Exactly. That's what we'll do.
But I guess I'm making the point to anyone who wants to know is that that money isn't even planned to be used until 26, 27. So that $2.3 million isn't planned to be used for BTA until 26, 27. So I'm saying, let's borrow from it now, put it back in July, and then we have money on Parchester and we're good.
So what I'm hearing is to adopt the recommended action, and then in the resolution that deals with the appropriation, that we would, in order to effectuate what you're requesting, reduce the amount allocated to BTA by 500,000 and allocate that to Parkchester.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
But then also with the added direction about the next fiscal year, so we don't miss that. I would not like to leave BTA hanging at all.
as I understand it, the request is to include the 500,000 allocation in next year's budget, 2025-26, for BTA.
Yes.
And thank you again for that motion, and I still second it. And then that matches the direction the council gave back in December as well for the Parchester item. So thank you.
And this motion also includes the recommended action, the adopt resolutions to appropriate fiscal years
Yes.
23, 24 audited unspent funds in the amount of $5,571,504 and committing an additional $1,400,000 to the Home Key Project loan for total unspent funds of $6,971,504 with the additional edits. Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, before we vote, I'd like to mention that I've been to Parchester, I've talked to people, and I've looked around, and I see that the issue is a multi-dimensional issue that is going to take a lot of study. And I even walked around and found some possible issues that hadn't been seen before. Which means that when the study is done, it may be more complicated than we think, but it needs to be done. And I want to thank Doria for being steadfast and keeping us focused on Parchester Village as opposed to dissecting the budget with a lot of different friendly amendments. So, shall we vote?
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would like to see if we can move the sanctuary policy discussion after this item, because there is a lot of community members here waiting to hear that, and I will appreciate if we can do that right now.
I see them. We will move on to new business, Q1.
Item Q1 is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, adding Chapter 2.30 entitled Limitations on Use of City Resources for Federal Immigration Enforcement to the Richmond Municipal Code.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kimberly Chin. I'm the Senior Assistant City Attorney in the City Attorney's Office. At the January 28, 2025 City Council meeting, the Richmond City Council unanimously directed the City Attorney's Office to review the city's current legislation protecting undocumented immigrants, examine current activity at the federal, state, and local levels, and to recommend additional protections for undocumented immigrants in line with the state of California and other local communities. Tonight, we will present our review and evaluation and provide a recommendation in the form of a proposed ordinance which limits using city resources for federal immigration efforts in a manner consistent with state and federal law. As you know, the city has a long established history of fostering an atmosphere of trust and cooperation with its residents, including the immigrant community. In 1990, the City Council passed Ordinance 29-90 NS, which adopted a policy regarding responding to oral and written requests for information from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE. This ordinance provided the city manager or the chief of police with the authority to decide whether the information requested shall be given or whether cooperation or assistance shall be provided. The city manager and chief of police were directed to, quote, consider the possible disruption and inconvenience that may be experienced by the immigrant and refugee community in the city of Richmond and any requirements of any federal, state, or local law or court decision. In 2018, the City Council passed Ordinance 12-18 NS, which prohibited the city from entering into a contract or agreement with any person or entity that provided ICE with any, quote, data broker or, quote, extreme vetting services unless there was a specific determination that no reasonable alternative exists. It also prohibited the city from investing in any investment vehicle issued by any provider of data broker of a data broker or extreme vetting services to ICE. Subsequently, also in California, state law provides several protections designed especially to protect California residents from federal immigration enforcement. These laws also apply to the city of Richmond. The most significant is the California Values Act, also known as SB 54, which is codified in various chapters of the California Government Code. SB 54, among other things, limits California law enforcement agencies from participating in federal immigration enforcement efforts. Examples of these limitations include prohibiting California law enforcement agencies from using funds and personnel to investigate, interrogate, detain, and detect or arrest persons from immigration enforcement purposes, placing peace officers under the supervision of federal agencies or employing peace officers deputized as special federal officers or deputies for purposes of immigration enforcement, and transferring an individual to immigration authorities unless authorized by judicial warrant or judicial probable cause determination. Now I'm going to discuss the current activity at the federal level. As you know, the federal government has broad power over the subject of immigration, and there are numerous federal laws that regulate the entry, presence, and removal of non-citizens. Given this power, on January 20th, 2025, President Donald Trump issued Executive Order 14,159 entitled, quote, "Protecting the American People Against Invasion." The purpose of this executive order was to, quote, "ensure that the federal government protects the American people by faithfully executing the immigration laws of the United States." The executive order also directed the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to, quote, "evaluate and undertake any lawful actions to ensure that so-called sanctuary jurisdictions do not receive access to federal funds." It further directed the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to, quote, "evaluate and undertake any lawful actions, criminal or civil, that they deemed warranted based on any jurisdiction's practices that interfered with the enforcement of federal law." On February 6, 2025, the United States federal government sued the state of Illinois, Cook County, and the city of Chicago, along with various officials in federal district court in the state of Illinois. The federal government alleges that the state, county, and city ordinances, which limit cooperation with federal immigration enforcement efforts, violate federal law and the Supremacy Clause of the United States. On February 7th, 2025, the city and county of San Francisco, along with other municipalities and counties across the nation, sued President Trump, the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, and the Department of Justice, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Homeland Security in federal district court in California. They allege that the federal government's recent immigration actions are unconstitutional and violate federal law. On February 19, 2025, President Trump also issued Executive Order 14218 entitled "Ending Taxpayer Subsidization of Open Borders." This directed the head of each executive department or agency to ensure that federal payments to states and localities do not abet so-called sanctuary policies that seek to shield illegal aliens from deportation. Through its recent actions, the federal government has demonstrated a strong intent to enforce immigration laws to the fullest extent possible, including interpreting and enforcing laws in broad and novel ways. Based on that review and evaluation, and consistent with the City Council's direction, the City Attorney's Office has drafted a proposed ordinance which would add Chapter 2.30 to Article 2 of the Richmond Municipal Code. This proposed ordinance seeks to maintain the relationship of trust between the City of Richmond and all of its residents, including its immigrant community, protect the safety, well-being, and constitutional rights of Richmond residents, ensure effective policing, and direct the city's limited resources to the matters of greatest concern. It builds upon the city's prior legislation by providing clear limitations on the uses of city resources to assist with federal immigration efforts. For example, unless required by state or federal law, city resources cannot be utilized to assist in the enforcement of federal immigration law or sharing information such as release status. It also explicitly outlines, consistent with state law, what the Richmond Police Department cannot do, including but not limited to using any funds or personnel to investigate, interrogate, detain, detect, or arrest persons with immigration enforcement purposes. While the federal government continues to change how it enforces immigration laws, this ordinance will ensure that the city utilizes its limited resources in a consistent manner that focuses on local priorities to the benefit of all Richmond residents. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I would like to go to council members, to open forum.
We have 23 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. When I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. The first 7 speakers: Cordell Handler, Mark Wassberg, Elsa Stevens, Pedro Bernal, Sonia Decker, John Evans, and Davja Tillis.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for bringing this item forward, and thank you, Kim, for this ordinance. So I read the ordinance, and I don't have no problem with it. So it's up to the council to someone makes a motion, seconds it, and then we can vote on the first reading. And that's all I have to say.
Mark Wassberg.
your ordinance and motion don't mean nothing to the federal government, because they're going to come right here and take these people away, and there's not a damn thing you could do about it. There's nothing Richmond PD can do about it. There's nothing the city council can do about it. You're just talking out of your butt. That's all you're doing. You have no authority over the federal government. Trump said that he's going to prosecute you people if you don't deal with the federal government. What gives you the right to come up here and say all this garbage that you can't even back it up? Look what they're doing to Detroit, Chicago, LA, around the nation. They're loading them up like cattle and they're shipping them back, and not one police department in that city is stopping them. If the Richmond PD do anything stupid, I'll guarantee you Trump will have every federal agency on their butt, and Richmond police are going to be history. You people talking stupid. Aiding and abetting the criminals is against the law. They have no right being in my country. You come with all these laws and order. That don't mean nothing to the federal government. ICE is going to come in here and take them anyway. See, that's how stupid you people are. This is how stupid these people back here supporting criminals that's pouring into our country. You wait till ICE comes in here and start taking these people away. You're going to have to answer to the community. You were supposed to protect us. What happened? They're shipping them back to Mexico, China, every parts of the world. You were supposed to protect them. How come you didn't protect them? Even your stupid fat-ass police chiefs over there talking aiding and abetting criminals from the law. You have no authority over anybody, stupid. You know that? It just shows how stupid you are to come up here and talk all this garbage. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, lady. When ICE comes in here and starts taking these people away, you're going to have to answer to the public, what happened, huh? What happened? You're a bunch of bullshit.
Elsa Stevens.
Go work and report on your asses. There's not a fucking thing you can do. Nothing. You wait.
Breathe. Hi, I'm Elsa Stevens. My husband told me that California pays more in taxes to the federal government than it receives from the federal government. So if we are to be punished for being kind to new people coming in, maybe we should withhold funds. My only concern is that if ICE shows up and arrests people when they're not giving their names or their badge numbers, when they're wearing civilian clothes, driving civilian vehicles, trying to arrest people without a warrant, I think our police should arrest ICE. Have a nice evening.
Pedro Bernal.
I just press this button when I'm ready?
No, just start.
Oh, just start? All right. All right, how's everybody doing? My name is Pedro Bernal, and I'm from the Safe Return Project. And I'm here representing the Safe Return Project and all our community allies and partnerships. We strongly support the provisions that prevent Richmond police officers from being deputized as federal immigration officers. Local officers should remain under the jurisdiction and supervision of the City of Richmond, ensuring that they adhere to local laws and policies that prioritize community safety and civil rights. Thank you.
Sonia Decker.
Hello, my name is Sonia Decker from District 6. I'm here with Reimagine Richmond. I really urge the City Council to adopt and pass this ordinance. Immigrants are vital community members, neighbors. Immigrants make our community wonderful. Please do everything you can to resist the violence and trauma that's being inflicted by the government and create as much safety as possible. Thank you.
John Evans. John Evans. Okay, John Evans is not here. Okay, so our next speaker is Davja Tillis, Will the following individuals please come forward? Crescent Diamond, Andrew Melendez, Rosario Tejada, Chris Taff, Raymond Window, Rosie, and Jocelyn. Dabja?
Can I come? Hello, council members. As a concerned community member and a concerned Reimagine Richmond member, I'm just here to speak in support of this sanctuary city ordinance because I believe that it is important for us as a community to protect our most vulnerable people. I want to remind everyone that DEI does not mean black and immigrant does not mean criminal. Okay, so I really think it's important for us to remember that we need to protect each other. We keep each other safe. We have to have each other's back in the face of ignorance and in the face of hatefulness. Thank you for your time.
Crescent Diamond.
Hi, I'm a Richmond resident and I'm part of Reimagine Richmond. And I am here in support of this amendment, and I really want to thank the council for bringing this forward. I remember something that Councilmember Robinson said last week about, the people that are being targeted are not even necessarily immigrants. It's a racial targeting that's happening. We're seeing a lot of people arrested by ICE who are actually citizens, legal citizens. So I'm sure you all know this, but I think it's really important that we protect everybody in our community. And these are our family members, our friends, our students, our teachers, people who are contributing their art and their food and all kinds of services, taking care of our loved ones. So thank you for supporting this and for voting yes for this. Thank you.
Andrew Melendez. Andrew Melendez.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong resident of Richmond, and I'm a proud community organizer with Reimagine Richmond. I want to thank this council, the city, and everyone in our Richmond community who helped put this new ordinance language together. This new ordinance is a long time coming, and it's needed more now than ever before. Our immigrant community here in Richmond makes up about a third of our entire city population. During that time, Reimagine Richmond has provided Know Your Rights training for almost 1,000 people in just the last 2 months. And the one thing that we've been hearing over and over again from our immigrant community is this: I feel scared. This ordinance acts as both a moral and a written contract between the city and our communities. It shows to our immigrant community that the city stands with you. This sanctuary city ordinance reflects strong language as well that explicitly protects our communities from police involvement with ICE and ensures that we're in full compliance with SB 54, which outlines California's specific protections on police involvement with ICE. I really hope that this council will support this new sanctuary city ordinance so that we can continue to stand together with all of our Richmond community. Thank you for your time.
Rosario Tejeda.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por escucharnos. Y estoy aquí, yo soy, también vivo en Richmond y soy madre de 3 hijos. Y soy madre voluntaria de Faith in Action de la Bahía. Y bueno, quiero pedirle su apoyo para que por favor sigan comprometidos con la comunidad inmigrante, la más vulnerable en estos momentos, ¿verdad? Necesitamos de su apoyo, necesitamos de su comprensión para que no nos sigan atacando y nos protejan, y que esta ciudad de Richmond continúe siendo una ciudad santuario, como Berkeley y Oakland tomen el ejemplo, que nos apoyen. Necesitamos su compromiso para nosotros. Gracias.
Okay, that was Rosario. Chris Taff. Raymond Window.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Raymond Wendell. I'm a member of Reimagine Richmond, and I support item Q1. I'm so grateful that Richmond is considering a stronger sanctuary city ordinance, and thank you also to the city attorney for that helpful explanation. I hope that this measure passes, and I hope that other cities will follow your lead, not just in the Bay Area, but around the country. I'm not from here originally. I grew up in a town called Reading, Massachusetts, a suburb of Boston. It's extremely white and homogenous in just about every way. And by the time I turned 18, I had never eaten sushi or pupusas or Ethiopian food or any of the amazing things that I eat in this area. I had never walked around my neighborhood and heard people speaking any language other than American English. There were so many art forms, musical genres, and ideas I had never been exposed to. But way more important than the opportunities and experiences I missed out on, I was totally ill-prepared to function in a world where not everyone shares the same cultural background or assumptions. And I'm just saying that to try to express how special this amazing place is and how grateful and humbled I feel to have the opportunity to live here. There are genuinely very few places in the whole country that have what Richmond has to offer, and Richmond's immigrant communities are a big, big part of that. So I thank you for seeing, valuing, and taking steps to protect our immigrant communities. And I just echo the sentiments that what's happening in the country right now is super frightening, and it really means a lot to know that there are elected officials who won't bend their moral compass and comply with the inhumane, sadistic demands of a corrupt federal government, but instead are willing to stay strong and stand up for the most vulnerable among us. It's a fight worth having, and you're on the right side of history, so thank you.
Rosie. Rosie is our next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rosie. I'm a Richmond resident and a proud member of Reimagine Richmond. You know, I've facilitated a lot of Know Your Rights trainings, and I've had these conversations constantly with a lot of array of ages of groups. One of the hardest ones that I had to explain their rights was to a kid that really didn't speak English. And he was just like, when do I use this? When do I say this? You know, these are the rights that we all have despite our status. And having to explain that to someone younger and being confused was, it was terrifying just because he didn't know that he had those rights. That is what we're faced up against, and this is the work that we're constantly having to do in the community. And it is terrifying just knowing what is outside of these city limits. I grew up in the Central Valley, so I know that racism, I know that prejudice, I know when they say these people, what they mean. And coming into this city with this council and seeing how strong this council is when protecting our communities, it makes me very confident and proud to say that I'm from Richmond or that I'm living in Richmond and being a part of this community as well. I'm in favor of this agenda item, and I'm grateful that this is being talked about before an emergency happens, and this is the kind of work that I think is really important and what makes this city council really special. Thank you.
Jocelyn.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for opening the floor. My name is Jocelyn, and I'm also a proud member of Reimagine Richmond. I'm standing in front of you today to ask for additional sanctuary city protections. In the midst of these unsettling times where immigrant communities are being targeted, it is imperative that we as a city, we as a community, stand together to protect all of our community members. And I do want to be clear that these threats of mass deportation, they're not new, and our communities have always resisted and persisted. However, we cannot continue to ask or to expect our communities to become invisible or to go underground. It is unfair for people to not feel safe enough to take their children to school, to go grocery shopping, or to go to the doctor. We cannot normalize fear. For many years, the idea of safety has been imposed on our community, and today I'm asking that we as the community have the opportunity to define safety and to pass these additional sanctuary city protections. We may not be able to change the federal government, but we live in a country where we can at least try to change our corner of the world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Gurdian. And will the following individuals please come forward, line up behind the speaker's podium? Michelle Hope Dixon, Ernestina Ortega, Lorraine, Leticia Aviza, Fabian Campello, Marisol, and Kathleen Sullivan. Sarah?
Thank you. Good evening, council. My name is Sarah Gerdian. Today, I am representing Reimagine Richmond. I am hoping that you all collectively today make the decision that will benefit the lives of Richmond children, mothers, fathers, and neighbors. This update will ensure that we are preventing harm and any further destabilization of families. I believe that the City Council not only holds the values of this community at heart, but holds the duty to protect them. Decisions that have been approved in this room and the actions taken by this council and others over the decades has put this city and the city of Richmond on the map and has been recognized nationally. I ask that we continue to be the face of change for the rest of the country to follow. Thank you.
Michelle? Michelle? Nope. Okay. Hope Dixon?
Hello, my name is Hope Dixon, and I am a Richmond resident and an educator at Contra Costa College. I wanted to share how lucky I feel to live in Richmond. I've lived in a lot of places, and never have I met better people, folks who care for one another, give their time and their energy to changes and improvements to build a better community. It's for these reasons and so many more that I know that our immigrant community matters and makes us better. When we have more voices and more perspectives at the table, we create better ideas and solutions that serve more people. We are better because of our immigrant community, and now we need to show our support and fight for our community, everyone in our community. I'm asking council to help strengthen our sanctuary city protections and fight to protect our community members. No human is illegal, and the actions of the federal government in terrorizing our community is absolutely heartbreaking, and it's unacceptable. And I know our beautiful, diverse community will continue to stand up for one another, fight, and protect, and we ask for you to stand up and fight back with us. Thank you.
Ernestina Ortega?
Buenas tardes, señores representantes. Mi nombre es Ernestina Arteaga y necesitamos compromiso con ustedes. Mi trabajo es de jardinería. Todos aquí estamos trabajando duramente y no estamos haciendo ningún crimen. Mi trabajo es muy duro y disculpen, mi inglés es not good, no es muy bueno, por eso les estoy hablando en español, pero me puedo expresar en mi trabajo. Lo que necesitamos es compromiso de parte de ustedes y que nos apoyen como ciudadanos porque estamos siendo discriminados. Tenemos hijos aquí nacidos que han crecido durante mucho tiempo, con 20 años ya aquí, 20, 30 y tantos, 27 años tengo yo aquí con mis hijos grandes y yo creo que ellos ya no se formarían en un lugar donde ellos no crecieron. Es lo único que les pedimos para todos nosotros que estamos aquí trabajando duramente y no somos criminales. Gracias.
Just to translate for what you said. Dime tu nombre otra vez.
Ernestina Arteaga.
Ernestina. I'm Ernestina. I am a gardener, right? And I want to come to this council today to let people know that I work hard and that as an immigrant, I work hard and that we are not criminals. What we need from your side as council members is support for our community, right? To see us as citizens. Our community has been discriminated against, and so has the family in our community, the people that I know who work so hard every single day. Again, we are not criminals. Thank you.
Lorraine?
Good evening, council members, Vice Mayor Cepeda, and Mayor Martinez. I'm Lorraine Reza, a Richmond resident. I'm also part of Reimagine Richmond, and I'm also a high school educator. Thank you for reviewing the Sanctuary City Ordinance. I can say that I'm standing here before you tonight precisely because my dad and my tios were allowed to come to the country and make a life here in the U.S. and become citizens themselves. And I was very privileged growing up along the border where I felt safe. It's not so much the case now when I go back home and see tanks along the border and military and border patrol completely outfitted as if they're going into a riot. It's a scary, scary time. And I really appreciate that we have a sanctuary city ordinance here in Richmond, and I think it's critical that you all continue to not only uphold it, but strengthen it, because I want my own neighbors and other people that are in the Bay Area to feel the safety when they do come to Richmond. Nobody should have to live in fear, and I think that you all have already established that with the ceasefire resolution that you passed last year and the continued ordinances and other policies that you put in place. I feel like you really do care about us, and I hope that that continues going forward. There's no need for us to comply with the federal government right now, what they're trying to do, and I hope to continue to show that we can protect our neighbors and protect our community with this sanctuary city ordinance. So thank you very much.
Leticia Abiza. Leticia? Leticia. No Leticia. Okay, sorry, thank you. Fabian Capello. Going. Okay. Marisol. Okay, and then Kathleen Sullivan is our last in-person speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name's Kathleen Sullivan. I am a proud Richmond resident. I'm also here representing an organization I'm really proud of called Black Women Organized for Political Action, better known as BWAPA. I am newly appointed as a regional director, so I am responsible for Richmond, Contra Costa, Napa Solano, and Sacramento. And what I can tell you is that we are all in unity and in support of ordinances just like this. But City of Richmond has always moved at the forefront, and I'm so proud. With everything. And you know perspective, once it is you kind of broaden out to other cities. We are a statewide organization founded in 1968. And while we have a lot of issues right now on the table to address, this issue felt very personal. I got information that said that our school enrollment is down by 27%. That's people not feeling safe taking their kids to school. I also got a reality wake-up call just going to my local Starbucks to get a cup of coffee. Because I remember one morning I pulled into the Home Depot parking lot, which is where I go right there at El Cerrito to get my coffee, and there was about 3 people standing out there. And this is a area where it is that all our local labor come every single morning in order to get work to feed their families, and there was literally nobody there. A pretty serious wake-up call. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speakers, and now we'll move to the online speakers. We currently have 14 speakers.
The first group of speakers are Yenny Garcia, Brian Hoffer, Noel Cantu, Leticia, Wingtech, NCN, and Carmen Martinez. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called, and you will each be given 2 minutes to speak. Yenny Garcia, you may begin.
Hello, good evening, buenas noches. If I am allowed, I want to repeat my message or my comment in Spanish, if I'm allowed, after this. But I come to you with my heart My name is Jenny Garcia. I've been a community advocate. I grew up in the city of Richmond. I want to put a face to what this could mean if you don't protect us. I grew up in the city of Richmond, and I didn't know that I was undocumented until I wanted to get my driver's license or my driver's ed, and I couldn't. And it wasn't until then that I realized that, wow, I'm this child navigating life in the city of Richmond without proper documentation. Fast forward to today, a couple years ago, I was able to get my green card, and still there's a fear that I'm never going to be good enough and I'm never going to be able to be protected because, this new government and the way that they're dealing with themselves is threatening our safety. And so I want to put a face to what that would mean. I know some friends joke with me and said, we will protect you. But I'm not just, it isn't just me. There's so many community members, family, friends. We need to protect them. We need protection. Necesitamos protección. Para completar mi comentario, lo que acabo de decir es que yo soy una persona, quiero poner una cara a lo que significa si no nos protegen. Yo crecí en la ciudad de Richmond y seguí y no me di cuenta que era indocumentada hasta después cuando quise ganar mi licencia de conducir y no pude. Y pues entendí hasta ese entonces que tenía que tener cuidado. Ahora tengo mi tarjeta verde, el green card, pero eso no significa que no estoy a riesgo, porque la administración que está en el gobierno
Thank you.
ahorita
Your time has
está
expired.
asfixiando. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Brian Hoffer. Brian, you may begin.
Thank you, Brian Hofer, here on behalf of Secure Justice. I've been asked a couple questions by several council members about the effect of the sanctuary contracting ordinance. I wrote that law, and by itself, it's not sufficient to shut down the flow of data. It's an economic cudgel, a disincentive to vendors working with ICE. The draft sanctuary ordinance in your agenda packet likewise does not shut down the data flow between private entities in the city. It completely ignores the issue. Much of the data ICE uses to deport people today is from private companies. This afternoon, I provided a red line of suggested amendments to several council members that would better organize the data privacy provision in section 230.050 as to private parties, and it would still allow the use of contractors to assist the city with various services as you originally intended. If Richmond isn't willing to address the sharing of data with private parties, you guys just can't call yourself a sanctuary city. The private market is where significant harm is arising from right now. Small data brokers you've never heard of, big ones you have, like Thomson Reuters and LexisNexis. And so I just rewrote the part where you address the sharing between the city and immigration agents. A subpart B would address the private parties, and then C would be the remainder of your existing language as to confidential information. I hope you consider those suggested amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Noel Cantu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu, third generation Richmond resident, proud District 6 resident. Thank you, Councilmember Claudia Jimenez, for bringing this forward. I actually agree as well with the previous speaker. I think that our city attorneys were cautious right now. And I think it's time for us to be bold. So there's a couple of things I want to ask y'all to include and amend for the second reading. First, to uplift the Columbia student Mahmoud, who was targeted as a pro-Palestinian protester. And I want to ensure that the sanctuary city protects everybody with the freedom of speech, especially local protests that we're seeing going on. Even the mayor's office is holding one this Saturday. It's a rally, and I do believe that needs to be included in this ordinance. The other is designated safe zones. In particular, I know that the federal government is not allowed to do schools or churches or hospitals, but the city can possibly do. All city areas as designated safe zones. So hoping that you can include all city property, parks, community centers as designated safe zones. Also, I am asking for an audit of all contractors and to make sure that there's actual validity in the ordinance. It's not enough to actually do a policy, but you need to implement it. Just as we saw with RPD in January, asking for an exemption, how many other contractors are actually selling data actively that that the city is using? There needs to be a thorough investigation as and an audit of all of the companies that are using it and complicit and not upholding the sanctuary city. So I hope that you bring those. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leticia. You may begin.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, and city staff. My name is Leticia Chavez, member of Rising Juntos and Richmond residents. Just as you know, we believe that immigrants are valuable, vital members of the Richmond community and deserve to feel safe and supported just as any other community member. This is why tonight I am here to speak in support of agenda item Q1, making Richmond's sanctuary policy stronger. We appreciate the council bringing in this topic for discussion during this time when our immigrant community is constantly being attacked, facing constant threats, many to living day to day in fear and stress, but also our children live with all the same emotions that can lead them to suffer traumas. We know that the immigrant community is in this situation because our immigration system is broken and does not offer enough pathways for families, or the contrary, it instead punishes them. Immigrants pay taxes and contribute to this society, helping the Richmond community thrive. A stronger sanctuary policy will benefit the entire community, making it more secure and safer for everyone. As immigrant families will feel comfortable reporting crimes because there will be a policy preventing the city or any department from collaborating with ICE. We truly applaud the council for your leadership in making your policy stronger and being a role model for other cities to follow. We hope to count on your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wintech. Can you please state your name for the record? Caller with the name Wingtech, please unmute yourself. Okay, we will come back to that person. The next speaker is Encian. Encian, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Encian Pastel. I live in District 2, and I'm speaking also in support of strengthening our sanctuary city ordinance. And I also want to speak in support of the previous Zoom speakers who advocated for expanded amendments. I just want to say that I'm really scared for my immigrant friends and neighbors, and I'm scared that I'll be next. And I want to know that my city government is doing every possible thing to protect civil liberties and protect its most vulnerable members. Thank you.
Thank you. We will try the speaker with the name Wingtech once again. You may begin. Please unmute yourself.
¿Aló?
¿Sí?
¿Me pueden escuchar?
Sí, puede comenzar.
Ok, yo solo quería preguntar cómo es que nuestros citizens se pueden sentir seguros estando Martínez como mayor, siendo que yo he querido entregar información que prueba corrupción, la cual conlleva los jueces, los abogados y la policía, los cuales me han acusado de cosas que no he hecho, me han querido remover del país. Tengo videos que prueba que le he entregado, he tratado de ir al City Hall y de hecho se me puso una restricción para no poder entrar al edificio. ¿Cómo es que la ciudadanía en Richmond se puede sentir segura estando Martínez en el poder? Una vez quise venir también a hablar con él y de hecho no me amenazó, pero me quiso intimidar tratando de sacar un video porque lamentablemente sin darme cuenta me estacioné en donde dice mayor. Entonces, ¿cómo es que podemos contar con él si está demostrando que está en contra de la comunidad latina? Él se declara ser mexicano, pero yo aquí aclaro que él no está representando a todos los mexicanos. Eduardo Martínez está coludido con la corrupción y lo puedo probar. He tratado de entregar información desde que estaba el anterior mayor Butts y no ha hecho nada. He sido intimidado por la policía, he sido secuestrado, he sido amenazado de muerte. Aquí estoy afuera en la biblioteca, vivo en mi carro debido a todo esto, no he podido agarrar yo un trabajo, se me acusó con Homeland Security Land para que me removieran y yo me callara de la corrupción que estaba tratando de presentar. Entonces, yo creo que Martínez solamente está jugando con nosotros y está faltando a su out of office, que es un crimen. Martínez es un criminal, lo puedo comprobar. Yo he tratado de probar corrupción y él no ha hecho nada. Martinez is not representing our Mexican community, and I hope someone can translate this for me. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carmen Martinez. Carmen, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carmen, a lifelong Richmond resident in District 1 and advocate who strongly supports strengthening the ordinance to reaffirm Richmond's status as a sanctuary city and further limit the use of city resources for federal immigration enforcement. By reinforcing these protections, the city ensures that all community members, regardless of their immigration status, can feel safe in their own city without the fear of deportation. This ordinance is not only about protecting our immigrant residents, but also about maintaining trust between the community and the city. Furthermore, it would allow the community to continue holding our city and elected officials accountable for their doing, because as a reminder, the city works for its community members. We must continue prioritizing our community safety and well-being, not participating in actions that will violate constitutional rights. Why? Because everyone has rights regardless of their immigration status. Let me reiterate that once again. Everyone has rights regardless of their immigration status. This updated ordinance, in addition to the proposed amendments that the members of the public aligns with Richmond's values of inclusion, safety, and justice, and most importantly, represents a city of pride and purpose. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And the last group of speakers are Tomás Espinosa, Abigail Esquivias, Francisco Ortiz, Sarah Cantor, Emily Ross, Matthias Oosterbrook, and Rith Kadane. Tomasa, you may begin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tomasa Espinoza, a Richmond resident and volunteer member of Rising Juntos. Rising Juntos believes in the values of equity, racial justice, and safety for our community. Tonight, I want to thank you for your leadership in prioritizing these much-needed topics in our community. I come in support of the city's sanctuary policy and ask you to adopt it, as it will provide greater protection for our immigrant families. During this time, immigrant families are very vulnerable, living with a lot of fear and anxiety because of the constant anti-immigrant policies. Many families live with the fear of the unknown, fearing that at any moment their lives can change, and they will be forced to leave this place that many have called home for 10, 20, 30, maybe even 50 years. Richmond children do not deserve the trauma of being separated from their families. That is why, now, more than ever, families are counting on our elected leaders to take a stand in support of immigrants. Immigrants are an extremely important part of our Richmond community. They contribute by improving our city not only economically, but by making Richmond the diverse and multicultural city it is now. That is why it is important to maintain and strengthen the current sanctuary policy. Help us make the city of Richmond a safe place for everyone. We look forward to having your support in keeping our immigrant families together. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Abigail Esquivias. You may begin.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Abigail Esquivias, and I am a member of Reimagine Richmond. Today, I'm speaking in support of strengthening the Sanctuary City Ordinance. This is a necessary step because any cooperation between local agencies and federal immigration enforcement fuels a system designed to criminalize, destabilize, and remove people from the communities that they call home. Gaps in policy can lead to people being funneled into detention and deportation, and thus I also want to echo the comments made earlier. I agree that there are opportunities to make this ordinance even stronger. Immigrants are deeply woven into Richmond's fabric. They are our neighbors, business owners, artists, caretakers, and community leaders, contributing in ways that shape the city every single day and that cannot be measured in numbers. We should not need to justify why people deserve protection from being forcefully removed from their communities, just as we should not ignore the reality that displacement, whether through deportation or other forms of systemic harm, is designed to weaken communities. If we say that Richmond is a sanctuary city, then our policies must reflect that to the strongest ability. When local agencies lend any level of support, whether it's data sharing, detention space, or personnel, to federal enforcement, it means Richmond is actively helping a system that breaks apart communities. This isn't just a moral issue, it's a question of accountability. Resources should not be used to further harm. This is especially urgent at a time when federal policy is not only targeting immigrant communities, but also stripping away due process. We can't let local decisions contribute to a larger system that increasingly disregards protections that should apply to everyone. Immigration enforcement does not operate in isolation. It's deeply tied to systemic inequities that disproportionately harm communities of color. When policies threaten to remove members of our community, our response should be loud and clear in saying we will do everything in our power to fight back. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you may begin.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sarah Cantor, and I'm a Richmond resident. I am really grateful for this updated ordinance, and I want to make sure that the comments that were made previously about ways to strengthen this ordinance, specifically around data protections and potentially adding physical sanctuary locations within the city, are considered. I think it's really important that we not only update the policy at this moment of heightened repression, but that we continue to review, update, and strengthen the sanctuary city policy whenever we can on a regular basis. Once again, just so grateful to be in a city where our elected leaders demonstrate care for every single resident. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening, council and community. Emily Ross, Richmond resident. So many beautiful commenters tonight, so I'm going to try to be brief. I'm grateful to everyone who has worked on this, staff, community members, and to you elected officials who are using your positions of power to stand up for your community and be a beacon of hope beyond Richmond as well. I'm proud to live in a community where people come together to build power when there are destructive forces. I think there's just so much hope and possibility here. So I'm just immensely proud. And I support this ordinance and further strengthening in the future to make it really have the teeth it needs to protect people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matthias Oosterbrock. You may begin.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Matthias Oosterbrock. I grew up in Richmond and I now work in Richmond. First of all, thank you all for bringing this item to tonight's meeting. I'm just going to be brief, saying that it is really important to me that our leaders are expanding this ordinance to be as strong as possible against federal enforcement of what I consider to be racist immigration laws. I really care about the undocumented community in the city. I work with them, I work for them, and I hope that you all will do everything you can to protect them and let them know that they are wanted here. Thanks again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ruth Cadane. Ruth, you may begin. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Ruth Kidana, and I'm with Contra Costa Immigrant Rights Alliance, and I'm going to be very brief. We have a long night. I am here to support the sanctuary, strengthening our sanctuary ordinance. It is important in this time that our local elected officials step up and protect the community. The federal government is not gonna protect us, the attack is gonna keep going day by day. So it's important that our city councils, everyone who's locally elected, make sure that immigrants are protected. This is the time for you to show leadership and justice for Mahmoud Khalil. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Francisco Ortiz. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members and community. My name is Francisco Ortiz. I am a homegrown teacher at Ford Elementary in Richmond and president of United Teachers of Richmond. I am here in support of strengthening the sanctuary city ordinance here in the city of Richmond because our classroom teachers, our school psychologists, our nurses, our speech language pathologists, service providers, and all of the folks that work directly with our immigrant communities, with our immigrant students, are undocumented or mixed status educators would really appreciate that their city is behind them and has their back. Currently, our district, West Contra Costa Unified, is slated to cut the internationals programs at Richmond High School and Kennedy High School. And if our city of Richmond takes a bolder stance on protecting our immigrant communities, we can have a city ally that really stands and supports our immigrant communities. And additionally, I would also echo some of the comments that were made earlier about strengthening this resolution with data protection or data sharing services with contractors. Another really big thing that's also on the horizon is the Protecting the Sensitive Locations Act of 2025. UTR is a proud endorser of that bill, and we hope that the city of Richmond could also support that initiative that really protects sensitive locations like schools, like hospitals, and include a detailed list of where our city would not allow immigration enforcement, and additionally not deputize our local
Thank you.
police.
Your time has expired. And that was our last public speaker.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by asking staff. I understand that some amendments to the item has been sent to various council members and to legal staff. So I'd like to know how much time it would take to evaluate the changes that were presented.
It would take us a couple of weeks to evaluate those proposed amendments to ensure that they are consistent with state and federal law. So if the council is interested in those amendments, it can continue this item to allow for that evaluation.
Okay, that was actually my intent to make a motion to accept the recommended action with the addition of looking at the issues, or rather the language that would strengthen what we have here to be considered as soon as possible.
So you're suggesting to go ahead and adopt what we've proposed, and
Yes.
then take the other ideas that are suggested, review them, and make a future recommendation.
Right. Yeah. So this is not closing off conversation. Just so you know, I'm just making a motion.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now it's time to wax elaborately on our positions.
Just a point of clarification, Mayor. I just want to confirm that the evaluation that's going to be done on future amendments is narrowed to what was emailed today in red line version, the most recent, from, I can't remember the constituent's name.
Yes,
but-
and does that include the establishing safe spots, coming up with the list? No?
It does not. So I just want to clarify the scope.
And that, I don't believe, should be part of an ordinance. That should be a separate resolution. So,
Mayor, we can work on that latter part administratively and have started to lay the groundwork for that. So,
okay. So
we
then,
can send an email update.
okay. So what was emailed?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So who wants to go first? Okay, Cloud.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say thank you to Kimberly because you had been doing an amazing work. You took this very serious and had done a lot of research. I think what you are presenting today and the memo that you presented to us in closed session was really informative. So I just wanted to say thank you. And I wanted to say thank you to the community who is showing up to continue to push us and make us accountable to this moment and to push us to take actions to really protect our immigrant community in Richmond. I think somebody said something that I really agree is that we cannot normalize fear. And we also can no act because we are afraid. I think like fear cannot stop us for doing the things that we need to protect our communities in hard times, and these are hard times. And despite all these bully and attacks and racial and racist attacks that are coming from the federal level, we are here today saying we are standing with the community and the most vulnerable to protect and to do whatever it takes from a local city to continue to stand by the immigrant community and every community that needs support from the community. I think that this is what the government is about. And I am just so proud to be here with all of you. And I hope that this passes and we can continue to move policies that will really strengthen not only the secure systems in our city, but also the financial system for those who are needed the most attention. So from unhoused, from the Black community who had been left out for several years in terms of funding, and from the undocumented immigrant that right now needs a support so families are not separated and just being attentive to the needs of the community. So thank you so much, staff, for just taking this and bringing it in a manner, like in a quick time frame for us to look at it. And I don't have any more comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple questions, but first I would like to say that I stand with the immigrant community, but there was some concerns within the report that stood out for me, was that there is no immediate financial impact, but there is a risk of withdrawal, rescission, or loss of federal grant funds. Federal responses are evolving, and approximately $62 million in federal funding could be at risk. And so I want to acknowledge that fear is real, but I also want to acknowledge that fear can be exploited. And my fear is that approving this ordinance would approving this ordinance with full knowledge that this ordinance can cause unintended financial or legal consequences is my only concern. Also, we have 2 existing sanctuary ordinances that I realize need to be strengthened, but I received feedback from the legal department saying that, well, my question was, we're already practicing all of the things that we're discussing this evening. But I was told by legal is that it isn't codified, but it seems codifying will trigger this potential loss of funding. And I just want to know if that's correct.
So the current administration has issued executive orders which state that they have directed agencies and the Department of Justice to attempt to withhold federal funds from what they term sanctuary jurisdictions. This attempt is not new. The first Trump administration also attempted to withhold federal funds from sanctuary city jurisdictions. Those were challenged in the courts, and the Ninth Circuit, specifically in the city of and county of San Francisco versus Trump case, did hold that the president exceeded his authority and violated the separation of powers when directing administrative agencies to withhold funding from jurisdictions that adopted sanctuary policies. So while that risk does remain, because the Trump administration has again announced that it will attempt to do so again, the past attempts have been blocked by the courts in various lawsuits, and currently there is, as I stated in the presentation, there is litigation that is challenging the current Trump administration in their executive actions with regard to sanctuary city jurisdictions, as well as their threats to withhold federal funds from those jurisdictions.
Okay. And so I agree that we need to take this seriously, and I think that we must take the risk of federal funding seriously. That we also, I believe that we have we voted unanimously last week to allocate $1 million for the legal protections and services of the undocumented community. So I am not concerned about, do we stand with the undocumented community, but I just want to know, how do we protect our residents without jeopardizing another group of individuals that could potentially succumb to the risk? So how do we protect our residents? How do we protect everyone without compromising a group of individuals? So if we pass these ordinances, if we pass the updated ordinance, we are standing with the undocumented community. But if we are putting critical funding at risk, then we're leaving out another group of individuals who we serve daily.
So
it's really just impossible to evaluate your question because, again, the administration's policies are evolving, they're changing. Every day they obviously, Richmond has not been a target. Other public agencies are being targeted. So there's really no way to try and forecast or outguess what might come down the road.
Right. Well, that's why I wanted to ask those questions, because I would be remiss if I didn't, and I clearly see that it says that it's a risk. So the current 2 ordinances that we have on the books now, so if we pass this one tonight, would we be at risk if we pass this one, but we still have the 2 ordinances on the books? So if we pass it or if we don't pass it, we're still labeled a sanctuary city, so we're still at risk either way. That's what I want to understand.
So the federal government has basically said any jurisdiction that adopts what they consider sanctuary city policies. It does not have to be specifically this ordinance. It can be the prior ordinance that the city already adopted will be at risk for loss of federal funds. But adopting and enhancing and building upon those prior city protections does not change the risk. The risk is still there because the city of Richmond already has policies that protect the immigrant community.
Okay, so it was a risk before we got here tonight.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Councilmember, oh, okay.
That answered my question.
All right
Thank you.
then, in that case, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start off with a quick question on the process. So I want to make sure that I understand. We will be adopting this one now. We'll go through the first reading, then second reading, and then any changes from that email, then we'll do another first reading and second reading, or would those changes be incorporated into the second reading?
Basically, when you have a first reading, you have to move into the second reading. You can't make changes on the second reading. So I was going to comment on that earlier. You basically would have to redo your first reading to make anything other than typographical changes. So I think I felt from the question I asked earlier that we're headed to the second reading and adoption of this ordinance. Takes effective 30 days thereafter. And if we make a report back to you on these other ideas that have been suggested, and you decide you want to make further changes, that would be another ordinance.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. I'll start off here with a couple things about the policies we have now. I know there was a couple of comments about the police, but it's not just the police. It's going to be resources and other staff time that cannot and will not be allocated to assisting ICE, period. So it's not just the police, again, it's anybody. Anyone here, anyone, anything. So that's important to note that it's going to be anything City of Richmond. We're not going to be putting any resources there. And we are already a sanctuary city. And from what I'm hearing from the community, ICE is not just targeting the undocumented individuals, because from far away, it is difficult to know who is undocumented. It is very easy to know that you're brown, that you're not white, and that's who they're targeting. They are targeting anyone that doesn't look like what they believe should be in this country. So we are going and we're protecting both undocumented and documented. We're protecting everyone in our community, and that is very important to note there. And what we need to do is changing Congress in 2 years, or actually a little bit less than 2 years. We got to protect now, and in a couple of years, making sure that we're not having this conversation, because our community is going to be safe, because those that are elected are going to put in protections for everyone higher up. And I mean, I look forward to hearing the additional changes, and I'm hoping that we can bring them up as soon as possible. And it is very important, I think, that we pass this resolution as it is now, and then continue making changes, continue listening to the community, because we're not all walking the same shoes. We're not all hearing and living those lives. So it's important for us to be able to hear those, and if there's any more changes we need to make, that we continue updating it. And they're targeting not just the residents as well. I saw a couple articles ago that they're also maybe targeting elected officials for putting such policies together. And if so, let them come. Because I know that we're going to have a very strong council here, and I can speak for myself only, but let's do it. It is important that we all continue standing together. So thank you, everyone.
Councilmember Robinson.
So I really want to just say thank you so much for Councilmember Jimenez, who brought this forward, and all of the work of our legal team, especially Kimberly, who's really done the research to make sure that we have a strong ordinance moving forward. I do want to address some of the fears. I think it's important. $62 million of federal grants is what we currently have. If this was the only reason why those monies were under threat, then maybe I would be more swayed. But we're in a time where we have a president who has a co-president who has not been elected, who is going around with a bunch of teenagers and shutting down whole departments. USAID, US Africa Aid shuttered, locked, all grants canceled. USDA grants to farmers. You think that would be his constituency? Canceled. You know, fired every single person across the federal government implementing anything with DEI.
Education Department.
National Parks Rangers. You know, so many people are on the chopping block, including all of the grants associated with all those departments and programs, none of which had anything to do, or many of which had nothing to do with immigration. So we've got a tyranny problem, tyranny problem, and that is something so other than only this particular threat. This particular threat around immigration. I don't think you can hide from a tyrant. I don't think we can make ourselves small enough so we won't be seen. He's coming and putting on pause so many grants across the board. For God's sakes, what has happened to the vets, the shutting down? I mean, he just said that he gave notice to every single member of the Department of Education that they needed to get their computer and leave the building. Done. They said they were going to shut down the Department of Education. This is a whole other thing. Outside of even doing things like doing a word search and photo search to wipe every reference to gay out of the federal government, accidentally erasing Enola Gay, the bomber that dropped bombs, the nuclear bombs on Japan. That is all. Image is also not okay. There's a whole list of words we can no longer say in grants, including female and woman. This is a whole other thing. I mean, I don't think we've seen this before. This is a whole other thing. And I think that in this moment where it is scary, it is very scary. It is scary if we're going to lose money. We don't know what's going to happen. Even if we don't lose money, just the cumulative impact of hundreds of thousands of federal workers losing their jobs on the economy, we don't know what that's going to do. Even if we keep every grant, we will still be affected by that. And so, it's just a moment where, we have to be creative and be courageous. And, for me, I keep thinking, I'm sitting here thinking about the recent trip that I took to Selma with the Black Legacy Project and all the stories we heard as we're walking across the bridge about all the people who made the sacrifice, who put themselves in harm's way for justice. Even people don't even really, people see the marchers and those people who got hit in the face directly, but they didn't realize that it took them days to march that whole length with hundreds of people. And every single place that they were able to stop along the way was a property owner. And that property owner ended up putting themselves, their farms, their property in jeopardy. Many of them, after the march, lost that property. Their businesses were burned and all kinds of things happened to them. But they did it because they felt like it was right. We're in a moment where we need to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Wilson?
So I'm going to be proud to cast a vote in favor of this ordinance in a couple of minutes. And one of the things I want to do to sort of build on what Councilmember Robinson was doing to try to reassure people who might be watching this from home and thinking, what are we getting into? I want to let people know that there is nothing new in this ordinance. I'm proud to say that if you look at the behavior of the city staff and the city council in Richmond in the last 5-10 years, everything that we're putting in this ordinance is stuff that we've been doing all along. And the purpose is sort of raised earlier of, well, if we're doing it already, why do we need to put it in writing? Two reasons. One is that it's really important to communicate to our community members that they can trust us. You know, that they can come here to City Hall and it's not going to be a trap, and that our police aren't going to do things to go above and beyond the law to turn them into ice and get them in trouble. It's really important in this time of fear that we communicate that clearly. The second thing is that by putting it into our municipal code, we're holding all of us accountable. So we're not, right now we've been getting by hiring wonderful people who do the right thing, but now we actually are going to be sending clear directives to folks that this is the expectation if you work here, that you're going to follow these rules. I think that's a really good thing. A second thing I really want to emphasize for folks is that although, you know, like some of us are very comfortable with civil disobedience and we're going to break the law and maybe we won't pay our taxes, this is not an act of civil disobedience. Everything in this ordinance is consistent with federal law, which we still have. It's consistent with state law. It's consistent with the laws of the city. This is not about breaking laws. What this is about agreeing amongst ourselves that city staff are not going to go above and beyond to help immigration services entrap people that they don't have a right to. So hopefully that's sort of reassuring for folks. The last piece of things that when I'm constantly these days in this period of assessing as a city council member, what should we do? Should we put the $1 million up or not? Are we putting a target on our backs? I stress over that stuff too. It's a real concern. And so the concept that I have, and I actually had to Google where I stole this from, and some of you may have heard it, and his name's Timothy Snyder. He's a Yale history professor. His book that I have not read, but I have read excerpts, is called On Tyranny. And it's the idea of that in these times, we should resist complying in advance. And what that means, it's sort of what Councilmember Robinson said, I think even more eloquently, is you don't make yourself safe by making yourself smaller. What he wrote is, do not obey in advance. Most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want, and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do, and that anticipatory obedience is a political tragedy. And I would say just swap the word city for citizen there, and it works the same for us. So let's keep on doing what we're doing, keep following the law, keep taking care of each other, and face what comes. Thanks.
Councilmember Bana.
I would like to bring it to our attention that although the majority of the immigrants in our community and a larger community come from Latin America, and only the majority of them are Spanish speakers, only a few languages are spoken there, we do have immigrants from Asia. People in Asia speak in hundreds of different languages. They are the minority here. Let us welcome them too. Let us acknowledge them too. Let us acknowledge their rights as well and protect them and help them understand that we do see them, recognize them as human beings, respect their human rights, their culture, and their welcome in our community as well. I believe it's very important to make sure every minority, as small as they are, they're acknowledged, recognized, respected, and welcome in our city. And I have one concern actually in these days that we hear a lot about immigrants not sending their children to school, being afraid and everything. I'm concerned about them being victims of crime and being afraid of reaching out to law enforcement to protect them. So I hope that the city makes an effort to make sure they understand the difference between ICE and police. In our city, the police does not enforce immigration laws or anything, and their rights will be protected. They shouldn't be victims of crime. We do protect them, and so does our law enforcement. That's it.
Thank you. With that, it's time to vote, and the item that we're voting on is to adopt the recommended action, which is to introduce a bill, first reading, adding Chapter 2.30 entitled Limitations on Use of City Resources for Federal Immigration Enforcement to the Richmond Municipal Code, with the addendum, or the amendment of having our legal department look at the data protection items that were sent to a couple of council members and to the legal department to see how quickly we can incorporate that into our ordinance. And then also to direct city staff to do an item to establish safe spots. So.
And I second that.
Vote.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
I would like to take this time to announce that March 15th in Richmond City Hall from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. we're having an immigrant rights rally, Richmond Unites Against Hate. So there'll be resources, speeches, entertainment, and know your rights. So hope to see you there. March 15th, which is, yes, Saturday. Yeah, noon to 3. All right.
Ready? Our next item under public hearing, pursuant to public notice, it is time to hold a public hearing to adopt an interim urgency ordinance regarding parklets, establishing a 10-month and 15-day moratorium on the establishment of new parklets, expansion of existing parklets, or the extension of the term of existing parklets within city limits to allow the city's review and adoption of permanent zoning regulations for such uses to ensure public health, safety, and welfare.
Council, this interim ordinance, which is before you, deals with the subject of parklets. The city has had a parklet ordinance. Over that period of time, only one parklet was adopted. One of the issues we've had with the ordinance is that what a parklet does is to put a facility, generally a dining area, that complements a restaurant and is put within the public right-of-way. So not only is there a parklet process which had been adopted, the facility also needs an encroachment permit. The encroachment permit has one set of procedures. The parklet process has another set of procedures. There have been a couple issues that have come over time. One is the way the ordinance is put together has turned out not to be very attractive. We have not had a lot of applications. Secondly, because of these two separate procedures, it's difficult to get the ordinance or to get the permits that you need. And it's also turned out that enforcement under the permits is complicated because of these two different processes. it would be, the intent is, but meanwhile, when you go around to surrounding cities, for example, Albany has a very attractive area with parklets, and a number of different types of vendors have created an area where you can go for many different kinds of food. So if you go over and look at that location, you can see that in Richmond, if it was done the right way, it could be a very attractive area for us. So you could look at our existing experience as discovering the issues and things that could be improved upon. What we would try and do during the period of this moratorium is to look around at surrounding cities, try to analyze what works for their ordinance, talk to staff in these other cities, see what their feeling is. It seems to us that the design standards determining what street situations are conducive to doing this. I think there was an original idea that maybe you would do it for a year, and if you put one in for a year, then that occupied the public space, and maybe it'd be difficult to put in others. The 1 year, the theory there was that then other people could come in. There's an investment involved in putting these in, and a 1 year period might not be the right period of time, with the idea being that it goes away. We've had issues on trying to figure out handicap ramps, where you put them, are corners appropriate, how does it affect the driving situation. So all these are different things we would like to look at. The typical period in terms of a moratorium is you get 45 days on the first period, where you basically can do it without a public hearing process. Then the second period after the 45 days is 10.5 months, and then after that there's potentially another 1 year period. So hopefully you could figure this all out within the first year period. You wouldn't need the extension, but we just have to see how the study goes. But we definitely have to come back with whatever the recommendations are. There might be a period in the middle where we talk about how things are looking, what we've come up with, get feedback from the council, see if we're headed the right way, and then follow up. So that's basically what the intent of the moratorium would be, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to take it to open public hearing. Do we have speakers?
We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes. Our speaker is Cordell Hindler.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you, City Attorney, for this moratorium. So I looked at the moratorium, and I don't have no problem with this. So it's up to the council to make a motion, seconds it, and then I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. We have one online speaker.
The speaker is Sarah Cantor, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing my comment. I am Sarah Cantor, Richmond resident. I am in support of the moratorium, but more importantly, I want to talk about parklets in general and some of the impact that they have on the community of people with disabilities in Richmond. I'm a wheelchair user, and so first of all, I think that parklets are great COVID safer dining options, and so provide great access that way. One unfortunate downside of parklets is the way that they sometimes remove parking options. And as somebody who can't walk super long distances, and as we know, our city streets are not all fully equipped with curb cuts, making it so that using my wheelchair isn't always an option. Close accessible parking is a really important thing. And so I wanted to add a proposal that in considering the parklet process, that we include some provisions for adding accessible parking whenever a new parklet is created, which takes away a parking spot. Specifically that if a parklet is added, that a handicap parking spot be added close by to that parklet. This is less impactful in a city like Richmond, where there's a little bit less density. But this is a trend that I've noticed in the entire Bay Area, that there are blocks where there are so many parklets that there's just less parking. And sometimes I have to just turn around and drive home because there's not a way for me to get to my destination. Thank you so much for hearing my comment.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
Okay, then public hearing is closed. Now it's time for clarification questions from the City Council. Are there any? Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Cepeda. Vice Mayor Cepeda, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Alshire, thank you for bringing this item and continuing to work on this here. I have a couple of questions in regards to the one and only, I guess, parklet that we have so far. What are we doing in regards to the parklet being in a fire zone, a red zone, a crossing area, non-ADA accessible? I know that we're working on a process going forward, but in anything you can share.
Well, I want to emphasize that the adoption of this moratorium is not in any way an enforcement action with regards to the existing use. And I think to get into a discussion of that would suggest the contrary of what I'm stating. So I'm happy to talk to you separately in terms of enforcement actions on the existing use.
Okay, thank you, that's fair. For the moratorium now, that if we pass it, in there, are we also putting into place, sounds like all the locations, making sure that they're ADA accessible?
Yep.
We've learned from this current one, or whatnot?
Yeah, yes, we certainly, as I said in my comments, a lot has been learned in the process. There were probably things that were not correct in the original design of how we approached this. I think that the comment that we received tonight, we didn't get a lot of comment, but the comment about thinking about handicap parking and how that would fit in with it, those are all the kinds of great ideas that should be introduced into our parklet ordinance.
Perfect, all right, no further questions at this time then, thank you.
Any other council members? Councilmember Robinson.
Just a quick question. When do you expect to have this back? It says 10 months, and then there was the 45 days. In 10 months?
I don't see why we can't do this within the first period, and in other words, not have to go to the next year.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be the intent. The parklet thing has kind of been put under the auspices of the Public Works Department, but clearly there are planning issues that are a part of this, so we have to have kind of an interdisciplinary approach.
So do you have any estimate?
I think, so the intent would be to do it within the first year, not go into the second year.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? If not, I need a motion in a second.
Make a motion to approve the item.
I second it.
Okay.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our last item, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Councilmember Jimenez?
I just wanted to thank the Little League for all the work that they are doing and the sprint event and all the tournaments that they are going to have. And also, I want to thank the Recreation Department for working with them to allow them to use the spaces in Nicole Park. I hope that coordination and collaboration continues, not only with the Little League, but all the sport organization and community organization that are serving the community so they can use our spaces for free or with a fee that is affordable to everybody. And I'm looking forward to continue to working on that to provide more access to many activities in the city. And also want to thank the Sister in Solidarity steering committee for the wonderful event. I was there at the beginning of the event, and this is a great event. And thanks again to Gil McLaughlin for having the vision and idea to celebrate women's and women's power. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also attended the Sisters in Solidarity event. It's a really great event. Lots of individuals there. Great to see our community standing up for each other. And going from that one great event to another one right in across the way in the parking lot with lots and lots of puppies and dogs and cats for the event where individuals could bring them in to chip their pets, spay or neuter, or get free food. One of the organizers there was saying they were thinking that they would have about between 200 to 300 individuals show up that day to get services. So it was a really great event. Thank you for city staff to help planning it. Hopefully we can do it again next year or even more this year. It was a great service to the community. From there, I also attended our new state senator swearing in, Jesse Adeguin. He is officially sworn in. And I also attended the Hillcrest Baptist Church ceremony where they were welcoming in their new pastor. So with that, thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to thank staff for the amazing employee appreciation event. I truly enjoyed myself. It was such a star-studded event. I don't know like who's really decorating, but the past few rounds over here at the auditorium has been really impressive. Also, I attended the Sisters in Solidarity event, Accelerate Action. It was super empowering. Right after that, also headed over to the swearing-in ceremony of Senator Adeguin, and it was great to see Richmond representing. The mariachi band was fantastic. They really left their mark on a lot of people. They were the talk of that event. Also, you are all invited to join myself and downtown merchants and concerned community members for a community meeting to collectively come up with actionable solutions to help strategize the revitalization of downtown. The meeting will be held at Richmond Main Street at 1600 Nevin Plaza here in Richmond. Thank you. When? Tomorrow, I'm sorry, thank you. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, Richmond Main Street. Look forward to seeing everyone.
Anyone else? Councilmember Bana.
So I did participate in many of those events. They were great. But I also participated in Race Forward training. And I wanted to thank the employees who participated, especially Fire Chief Osorio and Deputy Fire Chief Rincon, who were there. I thought it was very important. And I'm going to Civic Well this weekend. And it's snowing in Yosemite, so pray for me.
Anyone else? Well, last weekend, I went to Garden Grove for a conference, and WELL stands for Water Education for Latino Leaders. And a Latino leader is any leader who has a constituency that is Latino. There was conversation about the Delta Tunnel. So a lot of controversy about that. People are for it, people are against it. It's a hot topic. There was also conversations about the fires in LA and what could be done, what needed to be done. So there was a fire chief who was part of the proceedings who gave his perspective. It's really the organization looks at the water needs in every part of California because they're so different. For instance, San Diego has no groundwater because of the composition of the area that they're in. So all of their water has to be imported. And then there's a question of where does it get imported from? Do we need a desalinization plant? And in Garden Grove, they had a plant that took wastewater and cleaned it to drinking standards. In fact, the water is so clean that it has no taste. So they have to put minerals in it so that it has some flavor. So it was a really interesting. Oh, okay. So I've used my time, and with that, it is now time to good night.
That's so funny. Was that your 5 minutes?
2.
2 minutes was it?